It's false. No, this isn't.
Getting the calls.
What happened? Right? The other one was posted because,
They have like a crossing.
going in, that. But that was,
Oh, you're thinking of green?
okay, well then,
That's green.
they have.
More spirit. It's pretty.
Yeah, for-
So I. Automobile. they've had a current like March 2nd and it hadn't expired, then they're supposed to be able to renew. March 2nd. It's through clause. I mean, legally, it's not enough. I mean, it's all related. Right.
Good evening, everyone. Test.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We'd like to get everyone's attention, please.
Can you hear me?
Better.
Hello?
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're gonna call the meeting to order at 1:52 p.m. First, we ask everyone here to be patient with us. We know there are a lot of people in the room and we want to get through as fast as possible with you. So first, we'll call after calling the meeting to order, now we'll do roll call. Commissioner Lund. Commissioner Alexander.
Present.
Commissioner Stewart.
Present.
Commissioner Witry. Commissioner Jordan, present. Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Steig.
Here.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta.
Presence.
First docket item is the adoption of. Oh, first, we're gonna read the public hearing rules. The City Planning Commission has established certain governing procedures to be followed at public hearings. Before speaking, each person shall give their name, address, and state whom he or she is representing. Proponents of the proposal will speak first for a period of 10 minutes. Each speaker shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Opponents or other interested parties will speak second for a period of 15 minutes. Each speaker shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Proponents will be allowed a period of 6 minutes for rebuttal. Each speaker shall maps or others will be accepted by the commission or accepted at any time during this public hearing. This procedure shall be followed except at such a time when the presiding officer shall, with the approval of the commission members, present, extend such time. And now we will move to the first order of business, which is the adoption of our meeting minutes from the November 15th.
Move adoption.
Call for a motion.
Second by Commissioner Stewart.
Yeah, I move for adoption.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're gonna be doing a voice vote because our system is down. So all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next order of business is street name change, docket number 0400422. Consideration of renaming North Rocheblave Street between Fats Domino Boulevard and Renee Street as Shirley Taylor Way.
Street name change 00422 is a request by Councilmember Oliver Thomas on behalf of Alfred Lawless High School Alumni Association, represented by Daryl King, for a name change of 6 blocks of North Rocheblave Street from Fats Domino Boulevard to Rain Street as Shirley Taylor Way. The staff recommends denial of the request due to the fragmentation that the renaming would create an emergency responder and 911 caller confusion. There is also an existing Shirley Drive, which could add to the confusion. The staff recommends instead utilizing the honorary street naming process, which would keep the physical addresses on North Rocheblave Street, but would add honorary street signage to pay homage to Miss Shirley Taylor. The request was deferred from the October 25th CPC meeting to allow CPC staff to coordinate with Councilmember Thomas's office and Alfred Lawless High School Alumni Association to consider alternatives. The council member's office, in coordination with the applicant, seems interested in submitting a new application to change the entirety of North Rocheblave Street in the lower 9th ward to prevent the fragmentation noted in this request. That application has not yet been submitted.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this motion? Okay. First up is Daryl King.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl King. I'm the community liaison for the Alfred Lawless High School Alumni Association in the lower 9th ward. We're here today to ask you to please.
Sorry, something's wrong with audio.
Mic check. This one? Check, 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 check. Let's start it again. My name is Daryl King. I am the community liaison for the Alfred Lawless High School Alumni Association. I'm here today. First of all, let me say thank you for giving us the extension and not doing a straight out no to our request. Ms. Taylor to us is not just the lower 9th ward, but she was New Orleans, and what she meant for New Orleans was she was an African-American educator as well as a surrogate mother for thousands of minority children in the city of New Orleans. We understand the fragmentation is a concern, but her area really was from what is now Fats Domino's Way to the canal. But we are not in opposition to doing the whole street in order to be able to honor Ms. Taylor. At this time, we just ask the board to please say yes to this. And we're willing to work hard. We're willing to represent Ms. Taylor. At the end of the day, Ms. Taylor, once again, was a Louisiana, New Orleans native, whereas Mr. Rocheblave had no contact within the city of New Orleans or the state of Louisiana or the lower 9th ward. we must find ways to honor our people here that have done well for this community. So let's start by honoring Miss Taylor by naming the street from North Russia Blade to Shirley Taylor Way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition?
I have a question for you. When you were here last month, or I guess that might have been October, we had made a suggestion of doing the honorary instead of actually just renaming the streets. Can you let me know if you investigated that option?
Yes, ma'am. We are, as far as we spoke to all the alumni, we do not want to do honorary because honorary is only 10 years. We want this to be a permanent solution. And we want this street to be a permanent honor for Miss Shirley Taylor. She was a permanent resident here, so let's make the street a permanent street name.
Can you let me know if there's a process then after the 10 years? Do they have to go through a new application for the honorary?
I'm actually not sure, because that's in the city code. It's not in the CCO. I do know that it's good for 10 years. I'm not sure whether or not they would have to reapply after that time.
If you don't mind, doing the honorary, the street name will still be North Russia Blade. It would just be putting Shirley Taylor Way under the sign, but the street will still be called North Russia Blade. We actually are asking for you to consider to name the street itself Shirley Taylor's Way, which is not in conflict of Shirley Drive across the river. There's a big difference with that. We understand that it's a Shirley Drive across the river, but we're asking it to be Shirley Taylor Way.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
All right, the public portion of this docket is closed. So commissioners, do you have a motion or any discussion?
I have a question. Is it, we can only vote right now on the 6-block change, name change, right?
Right.
That's correct, ma'am.
And then if from what you've, and I'm going to ask you, from what you're presenting, you would be amenable to a name change for the entire street.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course. Okay, so that would require a new application.
Yes, ma'am. That's in our process.
Mhm.
As you speak, we are going to be bringing a letter to Cinnamon Thomas' office as soon as we're done here. So
Okay,
you should be receiving that application in less than 24 hours.
all right, and then we would be considering that at a later date.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay, in that case, I move for denial of this application in anticipation of a new application, of receiving the new application.
I'll second. And for all the reasons stated in the staff report, I think it's important we adhere to our policies on street naming for many reasons, especially public safety. And a few years back, we addressed this dilemma in wanting to honor some very remarkable and citizens of New Orleans. And to do that, we adopted the honorary naming system to do that so that the street map would not change, but we could honor our citizens in ways that the community wanted to. So I would hope that you would also continue to explore that option.
As we say, ma'am, the city dedicated 6 blocks for Reverend.
Sir, there's a
Excuse me.
public hearing is closed.
Okay.
Can we get a motion on the floor? Oh, so we have the motion. Now we call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. For
Can we get a vote total so that we're maybe do it by roll call?
Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery, Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Steve,
Yes.
Commissioner Zelshi Gupta,
Yes.
motion passes.
The motion was for denial. It passed.
Next docket item, for business is docket item 08422.
Zoning docket 8422 is a request for conditional use to permit a reception facility over 10,000 square feet in an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District. This site is located at the former Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church. This request was previously deferred due to a lack of public notice and a lack of quorum. So staff initially recommended approval of this request, but the applicant's representative objected to proviso 3B, which will require the applicant to apply for a second conditional use in order to have live entertainment as a secondary use. And that's due to the recently adopted use standards in regards to reception facilities in the CZO. So upon review with the law department, it was determined that this request could be reviewed under the prior use standards since the application was received before the new ones were adopted. Since this application is being reviewed under the prior use standards, the request would also require a 200-foot buffer waiver requirement since the site is located less than 200 feet from a residential district. So staff recommends approval of the waiver because any new reception facilities would not have to adhere to that requirement. And staff believes that a reception facility would be an appropriate use for the site as it would bring this underused sanctuary area back into commerce. And it already fits within the scale of the neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the request subject to 1 waiver and 5 provisos.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
You have 4 cards that have been, have ceded your time to you, and then a Mr. Robert Boyd. I don't know if he is not marked that he has ceded your time. So he's a separate speaker.
For time today, I think we're going to be fine with just me speaking.
Currently, you would have 18 minutes. Currently, you would have 18 minutes.
I know for the record that he is recusing himself from the docket item.
Good afternoon. Is that okay?
Can you come here?
With my, as a vertically, yeah. Testing. We'll keep trying. Mr. Harang is attempting his assistance with technical difficulties. Do you want to present? Sam?
This one?
This feels like old times. Well, good afternoon. Zach Smith, on behalf of Zach Smith Consulting and Design, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Knowing that there's a very long agenda today with a lot of folks here to talk about many other great projects and thoughts, we're going to make sure that we cut this well below the 18 minutes allotted. Wanted to start off with saying on behalf of the ownership team, we're very appreciative of the great work of the staff. The staff have really ping-ponged this around between the city attorney's office, CPC, safety and permits to come up with the best answer, which is approval request. We've had a lot of support. We had a lot of great meetings. Sometimes I can run into conflict with some groups of neighbors. I want to say that this MPP process, we've met with the neighbors actually more than the required minimum from the immediate folks that live across the street, specifically the condos and the single family homes. What we have here is a great project, reinvigorating a 100-year-old building that has fallen on some really hard times since Katrina. This is an absolute gem. I think everybody in this room knows what it is, the old Our Lady of Lourdes. What I do need to talk about today, though, is with the back and forth, there's been a little bit of discrepancy, and we have one request, and that's to change the proviso 3D. 3D, as written by the staff, is to restrict the hours from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., essentially Sunday night through Thursday night, and to have restrictions from 10 a.m. to midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. Under the old rules, I do believe 20.3 WW allowed by right reception halls to have 10 a.m. to midnight on Sunday nights to Thursday nights and 10 a.m. till 4 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. We would love to have the hours as per the original rules.
I have a question for you. Can you please state what was the previous rules?
I do believe it was 10 a.m. to midnight on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, and up until 4 a.m. on Friday nights and Saturday nights. So on the weekends.
Are you requesting 4 a.m. for the event space to be open till?
For the sake of the argument, I think it'd be fair to say that we're obviously open to a conversation today if necessary. But based on all the intense mitigation techniques that we've employed to really work with the neighbors on how to move sound and move noise away from them. As we know, this square that this sits on has now what will soon be an office building in the back. It'll have a facility with a good distance to the side. The neighbors have felt very comfortable, speaking on behalf of all the ones that participated with us. They feel very comfortable with our plans on having sound mitigation techniques for any of the openings, actually deadening sound inside that venue, making sure that on evenings that we actually have a courtyard on both the LaSalle Street side and we have a courtyard on the interior side, keeping that outside activity there and making sure that the activity, the to and from the drop off is kept on Napoleon so that there's not a permeation of the neighbor's sacred quiet space on that LaSalle frontage. So we feel that if it's good enough for 11 p.m., it's good enough for 4 a.m. If that's something that this commission wants to restrict, at the end of the day, that's what we're here for. But a midnight closure on a weekend is a pretty early time for these sorts of events. So we'd love to see that extended to the fullest extent possible.
Did you share that in the NPP process that you were going to request till 4 a.m.?
We had conversations. We had asked for later than both of these times allotted in our MP, and it was actually a follow-up letter that we gave to the community. We do, I think, a pretty good job of giving people as much specifics as possible. But 10 p.m. was never discussed, and midnight was it was never restricted to that with our conversations with the neighbors. Again, folks were very supportive and said, man, we're very happy that people listened to us and went through great amounts of energy expended to show them that we mean business, and we'll have a respectable space, not only fixing up this blighted structure, but also, again, if it's done correctly, and there's a fantastic architect from Holly and Smith here, we don't want to waste or we don't want to spend the public's time talking about all the techniques that they're going to employ. But this is not just let's set up a DJ inside of an old church. This is an actual upgrade to the facility to deal with a modern issue related to potential noise pollution.
I have a question, just to make sure I understand. So you did during the MPP meetings discuss that that 10 a.m., 10 p.m. wasn't the time that the people at the MPP meetings expected Sunday to Thursday be the closing time?
Yes, on that, the weeknights, we had it in writing till midnight, a
Okay.
request in writing for midnight.
I have a question for you, sir. When you say ten AM, I mean to four AM, are you talking about live entertainment until four AM? Or are you talking about cleaning up and loading and those type of activities?
I think it's a very fair question. I think the best answer is that it's very unlikely that there will be any continuous activity to four AM. But knowing that it can be very tricky to, say, hey, only on Lundi Gras and Mardi Gras and those sorts of events can you go to later. We would love to have it open-ended so that the discretion can be there, and that if the activities start presenting problems, that like all things, this conditional use we're asking for can always be rescinded. But it'd be improper for us not to ask for till after midnight. I can understand where four AM jumps off the page as a little bit of an issue. But again, this is something where we're here to talk about it.
I have a question. Oh, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure, when you see those hours, because proviso 3B has indoor hours of operations for 10 AM to midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and 10 AM to 4 AM Friday through Saturday.
So it may just be part of the back and forth where some of those staff recommendations were changing.
Okay.
But if that's the case, then of course we have zero problems with the staff proposal.
Okay.
So wait, the staff report does not say four AM though,
It does
it?
right now.
does it?
The online one, is there a different version?
Okay, no,
That's what-
We can pull it up.
I may have looked at some.
This is one of those emails. This is not a link.
That's a good question. If possibly,
Can we pull it up?
the staff could explain if four AM is part of their approval.
Well, while they look that up, let me ask you this question. Why is it tricky to limit the hours to midnight?
For many receptions I've been to, especially in the New Orleans area, a hard cap of midnight, usually events will run until about 1, 2 AM. Separately, any person is of course going to come in with a request to have what's legally, in the rules at the time and in the rules of our application where
Yeah, it's in the initial.
the standards of 23 WW were till 4 AM. So we would generally always ask to see what was permitted by right at the time. And then lastly, again, we had a pretty heavy set of conversations and back and forth with neighbors to talk specifically about the noise. And that's one of the reasons why in our process, you see support letters from our immediate folks across the street that do not have issues with noise. Noise at 10 PM, noise at 4 AM. If it can be resolved, it can be resolved. It's not an issue.
And across the street, meaning across Napoleon.
No, across LaSalle.
Okay.
The immediate, yeah. We generally do not have much participation from folks across Napoleon as it's a very large.
And what about neighbors to your rear and to this on the other side?
Of course, we reached out to everybody, but there was a good 8 to 12 groups or individuals, units, apartments, and they were all from that immediate LaSalle Street frontage. Some individual homeowners and some folks that reside and make up the condo association. In fact, they brought our information to the condo association specifically for those that couldn't attend. And we had, I believe it's in the record, we had a letter of support from the condo association because again, they felt comfortable and confident in all the measures that we've proactively taken to mitigate any of these issues. Hence why, if we can solve the issue for noise at 10 PM, when it would be way too late to have a ruckus outside, we know that we can solve it for 4 AM as well.
Okay, and that kind of leads me to the other question, since you're, trying to allay concerns about the operation. Are you going to be operating this, or is the future owner going to be operating this?
The future owner is going to be operating it.
Okay, and that's another question that there seems to be a lot of concern in our staff report on the operations of the owner.
Mhm.
And I quite frankly would be concerned, given what I've read. Because it seems that the sticky part, the tricky part of the 4 AM for him would be obeying the rule.
Mhm.
And that worries me. So,
As everybody has their opinions, there is no to my understanding, there's no knowledge, firsthand experience of anybody having issues with these developers running reception facilities. And while many people will have instances of where, somebody's run over somebody's cat at another property or had an issue, the carrying over those hostilities and frustrations with folks to potentially deny a by right.
Sure.
We're always going to be concerned about that. So
Sure.
we respect those positions, but again, that's why we focused on not the complaints from people that live half a mile away. We focused, as I think this commission has constantly weighed the immediate impacts of neighbors. We've weighed this. Those folks have seen those comments. Those folks have met these owners, and those folks trust what we have said. They've seen us start with a lot and add more to make sure that we are responsive and responsible. So
Is this sale contingent on the conditional use with these hours in place?
is the sale contingent on that? I do not believe so. I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you. I've taken way too much.
Oh, is there any further discussion? There was no change. Not, well.
I do have a question for staff.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
excuse me.
We have a,
No change.
I do have a question for staff. Where does the 10 a.m., the 4 a.m. rule, where does it occur in the CZO generally?
Yeah, so
Or-
there, I'll handle that.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's a use standard in Article 20 of the CZO. And it is midnight on weekdays, 4 a.m. on weekends. There was, I think, probably a copy and paste error when preparing the report. So in one section of the report, it says the correct time, which is that 4 a.m. time. In another section, it says an incorrect time, which is midnight. But the point of the proviso is really just to restate what's in the zoning ordinance, which is 4 o'clock. We just rechecked it. That 4 o'clock time has not changed with subsequent updates in the law around live entertainment. So that is the sort of the baseline requirement at this point.
So it occurs in the CZO for facilities such as this in residential areas?
It's for reception facilities, and so it applies here. This is a commercially zoned reception facility that does adjoin a residential neighborhood.
I mean, I have to say the 4 a.m. does make me uncomfortable in a residential neighborhood. I mean, no one can deny that this project we've been waiting for this project to be done. And, it's been sitting as an eyesore on Napoleon Avenue for a long time, and it's gone through many developers and many iterations of what can happen to it. Everybody welcomes the project. I do worry about the timing of how an operator would use the 4 a.m. time to have live entertainment in a very sleepy, even though it's Napoleon Avenue, it's a very sleepy neighborhood. So I just want to again ask you, did the neighbors actually agree to 4 a.m. when they were presented with the time?
There was not a 4 a.m. specific discussion. That would be a misstatement of fact. What is out there, though, is that the neighbors were concerned about having their issues aired and making sure that regardless of time, that noise at any time, whether it be Sunday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whether it be Tuesday at 8 p.m., that they would not have their lives disrupted. And we've had a very outside the box plan to resolve parking issues, because we know that if we'd have to provide 1,000 parking spaces to actually alleviating parking. The neighbors commended us, the ones that participated with us on both our required MPP and the follow-up. They commended us on thinking about ways to solve for their issues and their issues specifically. So no, there was no specific cap. And there was no demand or specific request for 4 a.m. But again, the conversation was about dealing with noise and dealing with traffic and making sure that specifically the drop-offs and pedestrians would not be violating that LaSalle Street side. So specifically, we've made sure that the plan, which has not been finalized, but that the egress plan will only in the event that there's a fire or some other emergency, have people leaving the facility directly to LaSalle. we're keeping everybody over there. So this is one of the reasons why the neighbors have been very supportive and appreciative. And it's one of the reasons why at the end of the day, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. is essentially not as important for this conversation with the folks that live across the street, because they do believe that we have an adequate noise plan.
Mrs. Zach, that's great. Thank you so much. Is that the operator sitting next to you now?
I'm one of the owners.
You one of the owners?
Yeah, David Busalai.
All right. So just to get more clarity around the report, as I read it, it says that the operational standard would be from 10 to 4. But the applicant indicated that they'd be okay from 10 to 10. So I guess at some point, some things changed and you guys are looking to stay open later now?
We were always straight up about that.
So from your standpoint, for your business to be successful, what time do you think that?
I think midnight on weeknights and the earliest would be 2 a.m. I mean, just so we don't have to go through the hoops of asking for a waiver every time like a special event came along. I mean, I know I've been to plenty of weddings in the area. People end up partying till 1 or 2 in the morning, and then you have to clean up for 2 hours. So,
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought you were the operator too. So is the operator here?
Oh, well, I'm part of the entity that's going to be the operations team. I'm the owner and operator.
Yeah, the operator, the other operator is not here.
Partners.
Is he here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Would he like to speak?
Sure.
The problems that are I just want somebody to answer some of the questions. And I guess maybe that's not appropriate. Maybe the leader needs to ask.
I would respectfully say that I don't think it's appropriate for somebody to.
Okay,
I mean, just so you know, like
all right.
my father grew up in the neighborhood.
Okay.
We developed 15 of these historic type projects in the neighborhood, I mean, the city, and been good neighbors everywhere.
All right.
So our projects in the French Quarter, our projects in the CBD, like we've made good friends with all of our neighbors, and we're planning to do that here as well.
Okay, so the decline is fine. That's fine. Okay.
I need a clarification from staff. I think when it says operating hours, whether it's 2 a.m., 4 a.m., does that mean they need to be finished cleaning up and the door is closed? Or that the event needs to end?
I think our understanding of the term is that everything needs to cease, including cleanup and everything else, and it needs to essentially be vacant at the closing hour.
Okay,
Although, that's a safety and permits question ultimately of how they would interpret and apply that.
thank you. And one more question that also relates to safety and permits actually is the parking spaces. So I know that you could allow the on street because it was grandfathered for the former use. But are you confident that you would have it, whatever the amount safety and permits comes up with?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why we had a pretty creative outside of the box plan to solve for actual neighbors who may be actually inconvenienced by this. And they've felt pretty confident in every effort we've made and will take to provide for them the parking as a priority. As we know that they're the ones who are going to be impacted the most. It doesn't, again, if we had 500 spaces, we could potentially still impact neighbors in a certain way. So we want to make sure we solve for them first. And they've been very happy with our approach and our response so far.
all right, thanks.
Final question for you. Can you hear me? Would y'all feel comfortable if we said that live music should cease to operate at 12 at midnight? You can still have your hours until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock to clean up. But since this is something that's already in the CZO, but live music should cease to,
Is there, we can do 2.
And keeping in mind that the rules of the road at the time of our application are clearly open to 4. I think it's going to be a good middle ground between weeknights, which is 12 midnight, and the weekend, which is by right 4 a.m. to call for 2 a.m.
And just an agreement we made with the neighbors was there's 2 courtyards like Zach mentioned earlier.
one on the LaSalle side, one on the other side. We agreed to close the LaSalle side courtyard on weekends. So any noise wouldn't be going out the building that way. And we've also hired an acoustical engineer to put sound panels and drapes all along that front of the building. And on the Napoleon side, we're enclosing the front doors with a glass foyer. So, I mean, sound is not going to be coming out of this building. We've made a lot of efforts to keep sound mitigation and retain the sound inside the building.
I truly appreciate that. I do have, the reason I am asking you these questions is because I have, I know of someone who lives near the Elms Mansion, which is also a facility, similar to what you're trying to do. And they are sick of the noise. They're sick of the noise. So, it's just the nature of events that it's really hard. You might have the best intentions. It's just really hard to just, keep it under control.
Commissioner, just to point out that the Elms Mansion, correct, is mostly an outdoor venue with a lot of outdoor.
I completely
Yeah.
agree with you on that, but
Yeah.
it's still a reception facility.
Sure.
And I do appreciate all the mitigation efforts that you're doing. I still feel that having a time restriction in a neighborhood is really important.
Also, one last
Live
point.
music.
Also, the construction type of this building, it's very thick masonry walls. And you add to that the sound mitigation efforts like the acoustical panels and the glass foyer and the different design elements that we're implementing. This is going to be a pretty soundproof structure. But
Any other with commissioners?
We have one more comment card.
Oh, okay.
Right, is there Robert Boyd?
He can wave, he's waving his time.
All right. All right, we'll read opposition. Susan Johnson.
Test.
Actually, about to set it up back here.
Excuse me.
State your name and address for the record.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. So I've come here, I'm from Carrollton. That's my native neighborhood. And I'm here checking in from Carrollton about the other side of all the promises that these developers are giving you about noise, parking, I don't know Mr. Fusilier, but Mr. Cloninger, who is not coming up to speak, is a director of Amicus Properties. And he has been working since 2018 to commodify our neighborhood along with other D2D developers. We've had 6 BZA appeals against his company. I've just filed a 7th. We've had 2 CDC cases against this company. They are not responsive to any complaints. We just have to live with what they've done to our neighborhood, along with several other developers. There are about 100 D2Ds in our neighborhood. Now, I don't want to focus on that. I know, Lady of Lords, I'm a native New Orleanian. I care about preservation. I know that this building is in distress and it deserves a good use. However, these developers have a terrible track record. And Mr. Smith can come back up here and say we're a bunch of whiny neighbors, as he has before. that were unhappy campers and such like rhetoric. We've got a basis for our complaints. And all I have to say to all these promises and the neighbors who have made tentative, agreements about all these times you're talking about, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to deliver. I mean, I wrote something out, but you don't want to hear my complete sentences. I'm speaking from the heart. We've been dealing with these people. Again, I don't know Mr. Fuselier, but we've been dealing with the rest of these people for several years now. And all I can say is my address is www.townofcarrolltonwatch.org. If anybody wants to get in touch with me about this project.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's your time. Any further discussion? If not, we can call a vote. We're looking for a motion.
Before I make a motion, I want to have one quick question answered. The loading and unloading and where would that take place? Because that's going to be significant, it seems, with sure. Oh, is that okay?
You have,
Right.
you have 4 minutes.
Would you like your rebuttal? Or are you going to, because you have 4 more minutes to rebut. If I'll ask after you do your.
Again, it's a long meeting, so there's no point to rebut that. So I'm just here for any questions you have to try and assist.
Okay, well, that would be my question.
Yeah, any rebuttal would be would be non-germane to the topic at hand. So we'll keep it.
Okay, so I think this is germane, actually, this question that I'm about to ask. So hopefully maybe if there's the loading and unloading for the facility.
Yes, the loading and unloading on the facility would be on the LaSalle Street frontage with an access point to essentially a nook, which would be the old breezeway between what's now going to be the office building in the back and the church building in the front.
And you
So
have the office building in the back as well?
it is a separate parcel, separate property, but there's been a great amount of cooperation between now the two property owners.
And they endorse this and they support your
Oh,
project?
1000%. Again, it's one of the main things. Our main objective was to handle the LaSalle neighbors and to make sure that they were solved for, and they wanted off-street loading so that they don't have LaSalle Street being blocked 24/7 as the things that are related to reception halls are taking place, like caterers and bands and whatever. So we have an off-street loading space, not required by the code, but we made sure to put that in as part of our fantastic NPP process.
Okay, and there's nothing more that you want to say about the operation as it goes forward in the future?
I think the points have been made that, this is a fantastic operation, fantastic outreach with the neighborhood group, with the immediate neighbors. I've been in many of these meetings where a strong deference is given on the actual folks that live next door. And I like to make sure that there's a consistency that when the folks that live next door are supportive of this project, I would hope it parlays into a continued approval. And remembering that the staff, sorry, I actually brought up the 4 a.m. question because of the discrepancy in the report. But all things considered, if there wouldn't have been that discrepancy, we wouldn't have brought it up. And I think we'd have taken 2 minutes and we'd have been done with this. So I would hope and ask that the commission here says, yes, we agree with you. If you want to modify some time, again, I think midnight is just not helpful to any sort of project to be, meet its full deal, but we'd love to see a middle ground at 2 a.m. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll make a motion.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion. I will vote against, I will make a motion to start discussions to deny for reasons. I'd love to see this sanctuary preserved and the space renovated because it actually has been an eyesore for a long time. I just don't think I don't feel comfortable with this one.
Commissioner Brown, so is that a motion for denial for the application or?
Denial.
For denial of the application?
Is there a second? Discussion.
I would like to say that I feel the application needs modifications to the hours of operations, which is the biggest concern of this whole application. Otherwise, the application as presented has met a lot of the criteria for the development of this property. But I would like to see the applicant come to our terms of timing.
So, one second on that motion. So I'll just speak from I guess from a commissioner standpoint, on this application. Even though I guess the rules imply that you can stay open to 4 a.m. In the neighborhood and that you're gonna soundproof it and everything. I think it's encompassing that we think about, not only this operator, but if this building is sold in the future, because zoning and everything is timeless, right? It continues with the building. So with that being said, I will recommend for approval of this zoning docket with the stipulation that indoor entertainment from 10 a.m. to midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and then a change of 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Is that an emotion? Okay, I did not get a second to mine, so, okay, thank you.
So if there's a second to that motion from
Would you consider an amendment to the motion of that live entertainment stop at 2 a.m.? And that, cleanup operations be allowed later than that?
I'm absolutely fine with that. That was my motion that.
Oh, that was the
live
motion.
entertainment on
That live entertainment stop.
Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay, but, okay, so that, because it would depend on how it's interpreted again by safety and permits. So I think we need to make it clear that we mean live entertainment to stop at 2 a.m., but they'd be allowed to clean up the facility.
Yes, correct.
Okay. In that case, I second the motion.
Can I repeat that back just to make sure we've got it down? So live entertainment would go from, is it 10 to 10 Sunday through Thursday, or 10 to midnight Sunday through Thursday?
10 a.m. to midnight, Sunday through Thursday.
Okay, and then 10 to 2 Friday through
Friday and Saturday.
Saturday with cleanup allowed to continue past.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witry. Commissioner Brown,
No.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta. Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is docket, zoning docket item 8722.
Before we start on this, can I just remind all the commissioners to speak into the mic? It's hard to hear some of you.
Zoning docket 8722 is a request by motion M 22455 for a text amendment to Article 20, Section 20.3.LLL of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to modify the use standards for short-term rentals to require new signage for 3 STR classifications: commercial short-term rental, residential short-term rental large, and residential short-term rental small. The signage is proposed to be no smaller than 2 feet by 2 feet and to display several pieces of information: the permit number, the contact information for the owner or operator, the permit type, and the bedroom and occupancy limit. The staff considered the request according to the 8 criteria for zoning text amendments and found that the request fails to meet 4 of the 8 criteria. While the staff believes in the spirit of increasing transparency, we also believe there are other more efficient ways to do so. The staff recommends denial of zoning docket 8722, finding that: number 1, the proposed text amendment conflicts with existing regulations that prohibit signage for residential short-term rentals. Number 2, the proposed text amendment is redundant, as a permit placard is already required by the CZO to be placed on site in a manner that is visible to the public. Number 3, there are other means to achieve greater transparency that are neither conflicting nor redundant. The STR administration provides the data online for all STR applications that includes all the pieces of information as requested on the sign and can be viewed through an online map at NOLA.gov/STR map. Staff recommends requiring mailed written notice by the applicant, owner, or operator to neighboring properties within 200 feet after a permit has been issued. The notice could include the same information as requested on the sign and could be made a requirement by an amendment to the CZO. Number 4, increasing the public awareness of the STR administration's contact information and the online STR map would mitigate the need for signs. And number 5, the proposed text amendment would require hundreds of new signs to be constructed within local historic districts, which would compromise the historic character of the neighborhoods.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
It's a city council motion, so
Oh,
no.
that's right. So do we have any comment cards? All right, so we'll move to opposition. Christopher Stowe.
Hi,
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Christopher Stowe, 5616 Britannia. I'm in support of what the planning commission here recommends. I do think that a 4-foot sign scattered throughout the city would really detract from the residential character of neighborhoods, even in transitional neighborhoods like HUMU, which border between sort of industrial use and residential neighborhoods. And I think that one of the great charms of the city is the historic character of the neighborhood and people walking around enjoying the great architecture. And I think that what I would fear would be that we'd have these big 4-foot signs made out of, the campaign billboard site materials, and it would just really look quite unpleasant. So that is my opposition to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Zach Smith. Okay, moving on, Morgan Clevenger.
Oh, okay. Was that good?
Good afternoon, Commission. I thank you very much for your deliberative analysis of this, and I really appreciate that you're considering how it would look to have these giant signs all over the city. But as the young lady mentioned, for every reason that she mentioned, I would vote in opposition. Thank you so much.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Morgan Clevenger, 1653 North Broad, 7th Ward, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119.
Thank you. Zach Smith.
Zach Smith, 530 South Norman C. Francis. With regards to signage on short-term rentals, generally speaking, we've seen through some enforcement efforts, we've seen through stories from operators that these signs on properties can be giant kick me signs for folks to know that there may be some valuables inside and from time to time not be completely occupied, even on occupied doubles and commercials, etc. So generally speaking, would love to see giant signs on the faces of buildings be removed, especially when they're of a commercial nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Public portion is closed. Commission, do we have any discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion to deny zoning docket 087-22.
I'll second that motion. Commissioner Run.
Any further discussion? If not, we'll call the vote.
I do have a question though on staff, just to clarify one of the recommendations for staff. You do recommend requiring mailed written notice by the applicant, owner, operator to neighboring properties within 200 feet. So that's not being done now. That's not.
No, it's not. It's something that came up in our research. That's a common thing that's done in other places that we feel like would help increase transparency, especially with those neighbors that are close by. It wouldn't be included as part of a CZO requirement. We looked at that. We spoke with the legal team, and it would really have to be an amendment to the city code. And so that's why we can't recommend it in this report, but we express our recommendation to folks that could make those changes.
All right, thank you. All right, I could go forward now. Thank you.
Okay, if not, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witry,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta, and Commissioner Steve.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next up is zoning docket 09322.
Zoning docket 09322 is a request for a zoning change from an SRS suburban single-family residential district to an SRD suburban two-family residential district. The subject property consists of 8 lots of record, lots 13 to 20, that are currently vacant. The applicant proposes to develop each lot with 2 family residences, a use that is not permitted with the site's current SRS zoning that only allows for single-family residential development. The rezoning of this property to an SRD suburban two-family residential district or any other district must be consistent with the master plan. The master plan designates this property for single-family residential development, so the zoning change to a two-family residential zoning district is not allowable. Additionally, the proposal is inconsistent with the other approval standards for a zoning change as found in Article 4, Section 4.2.e. Therefore, the staff is not supportive of a zoning change to an SRD suburban two-family residential district.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Rasan Bailey L. My address is 6326 Brighton Place, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70131 Algiers.
Do you have anything you want to share with the commission? Any based upon the recommendation from staff, the staff report?
I do. While we understand that this master plan was post-war and single-family residents approved for the master plan for the entire city, this particular portion of the city, this particular property has been in my family for the last 50 years. It has not been developed by the city at all. It's like a lost corner of Algiers, all the way in the end of the cutoff, past Bailey Street, past Adrian Street, past the ferry. So the master plan, which we understand is single family residences, when is this going to happen? So although we don't, we're not in line with the prong 1 of the standards for zoning amendments, we feel that option 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 9, 10, 11, and 12, we are in line with, based on our proposal at the end of Bennett Street, where Bennett terminates and Momus begins. There is a development on Momus Street that has doubles. There's a community of doubles. It's maybe 3 or 4 blocks of doubles in that area. So we're consistent in our request to put doubles there. I'm not sure of the zoning. I think it's GDP, general purpose development. However, there are doubles in that area. The property has been vacant for more than 50 years. So I've already had to pull cars, trash. I have to keep it cut. We're trying to develop it to bring economic stability to Algiers. I've spoken with Kelsey Foster from the Economic Development Foundation. We've gotten some positive feedback from those guys. We've spoken to the councilman's office. We've gotten positive feedback from the councilman's office. We've gotten positive feedback from fellow landowners that are in that area that would like to see something done with that area. So if the master plan is to develop the area, we believe that despite the fact that we're not in line with the single family master plan, that we can bring some affordable housing to Algiers and also economic stability and, you know, clean up some of this blight that we have in the city.
Thank you. That's your time. We have no cards in opposition or in support. Commissioner, are there any questions for the applicant?
How many doubles were you proposing to put on this particular land?
8 doubles. It's 8 lots,
So that'd be 16 units?
16 units. We own 10, however, because of the lack of development, the 2 lots on the backside that we own have no access, no streets are cut in.
And what is the future land use of this property?
Let me find it. I'm sorry.
I can take that,
Oh,
residential, single family.
Residential single, yes.
Yes, it's all master plan residential single family. I mean, and I would imagine that the Moma Street was also at one time residential single family master plan. And I have no idea how they put up the doubles, but that was the idea that we had also. So that's the reason for the request. And we humbly ask that you reverse the denial based on these amendments, based on what we just proposed to you, that we are in line with more zoning amendments than just the master plan.
Is there multifamily zoning then down the street that was changed for a land use, or was that already multifamily?
So the property on the other side of Momus had a 2-family zoning prior to 2015 when this had a single family zoning. And then when the zoning was updated in 2015, that was given a GPD, which is kind of a semi-rural designation, whereas this just got an updated version of the same single family zone.
So it was doubles at one time.
Yeah, so the reason that has doubles on it is it used to be zoned for doubles.
Okay. It's hard to see because our computers are down too, to see a Google map around.
Well, that picture is adjacent to Momus is all the way down the street.
It's talking about this area right here. Yeah.
I have a question for you. And I guess just to make your project more viable, you would have to construct doubles rather than just constructing single family homes
Yes.
on these lots?
Air property, we would rather not sell it. It's been a family for a long time. And we figured that's the most viable way to have affordable housing and sustainability at the same time.
Question for staff. This may be premature, but has there been any staff initiated or council initiated or administration initiated amendments to the master plan to address the flume on this?
For the area that's designated as the plan development area, yes, the staff has recommended or has proposed a change to single family residential. And then for the area that is currently the doubles around Jennifer Street and Momus, that is proposed by a representative of the developer to be a 2-family future land use designation.
And that's
Or
less than
OW.
800 feet from our property.
Thank you.
Has there been any opposition from the neighbors across the street that have the single family zoning?
We had no opposition. We only had questions about who would be managing the property, what type of tenants will we have? Would it be Section 8? Would it not be Section 8? A traffic issue, would it be off-street parking? And the answer to all of that was yes. And we would have a management team in place. Of course, that is all predicated on you guys' decision.
Is it your plan to rent these properties for
Yes.
eternity? and keep it in your family
Yes,
land?
yes. We also own another house on Southern Street. We have had a few properties around before Katrina, but we've been liquidating, but this has been in the family for some years. Grandmother passed, left it to us. She's like, do something with it. So that's what we are.
Do we have a motion?
I know as a commission, we really do not like to do spot zoning changes.
I
Very
understand.
difficult. So that's why we're asking all of the questions to.
I totally understand, and I was
Understood.
prepared for this because I was advised that you didn't appreciate spot zoning. However, it's been 50 years, nothing has been done in that area, no streets cut in. There's there's a community of doubles less than 800 feet from me, so we totally understand. And that's why we're here presenting our argument. We feel that we satisfy more amendments to change than just satisfying the master plan. It's been vacant. It's not being developed. We have had no opposition. And all of the rest of the line items that I've listed so far. I can read them for you if you like.
For staff, the development that the gentleman is talking about on Momus Street, the zoning designation, do you see that changing in the future master plan at all or having a different character?
Yes, the staff has proposed it to be changed. The whole plan development area to single family post-war, but for that particular area that's around Momus, the representative of the developer has proposed that it be a low density designation, which would allow 2-family dwellings.
So does this development that our applicant is here for, is that wildly different from what is happening?
It appears to be very different on the map. It's in a sort of a sea of residential single family post-war designation in the master plan.
So for staff, I have a question. Seems like one of the biggest concerns is that it's on a no outlet street, right? A dead end street.
Then the street terminates into Momus Street. It makes a right turn at the end of Bennett and Momus Street.
Okay, so there is ingress and egress.
Yes.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
It's essentially a cul-de-sac where
Oh, it's the cul-de-sac.
the applicant's property is at the termination of that particular part of the street.
And the concern in the staff's report is that putting 16 more units would significantly increase the traffic on that street because it does not have an outlet on the other end.
Yes.
Okay.
The outlet is General Meyer. You
On one end.
continue up Bennett Street to General Meyer, make a left.
I think what we're essentially saying is that you can't drive through, like you would, where your property is the point of termination of that part of the street.
Right, Momus Street terminates at Bennett and it terminates at, well, it drives across, what's that, Woodland or Sullen? Sorry.
There's only one exit for the street.
Yeah,
There's only one
the
exit.
opposite direction.
It's one exit of a lot of streets. Yeah.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, I'll go ahead, I'll go ahead and make a motion just to get us going. Despite all the special circumstances, which I think make you a very worthy applicant, we've heard that the staff was contemplating this to be single family. And so I'm gonna make a motion to go along with staff recommendations.
And what was that? Could you speak up? I'm sorry.
I make a motion to go along with staff recommendation
Reasoning?
because of what we've heard today from staff, that what they were contemplating was single family, and they felt this was not in the area that they had contemplated to be doubles, and because the consistency with the master plan.
Well, in response to that, the proposed amendment is compatible with the existing zoning and use of nearby property.
So right now, the public portion is closed.
I'm sorry,
But
okay.
If any commissioner has a question,
Please, more questions.
if not, is there a second? Commissioner Steve?
Well, to get some discussion going, I will second. I wish there was a way we could do this with master plan amendment in place, because I think it is presented many good reasons for doing this. And this would be one of those instances where I might entertain going against the master plan, but I've not heard, I mean, if there's some commissioner, an alternative motion from the commission with a reason to do that, I would absolutely entertain that.
Right.
My only thinking along those lines is that unless there are, well, the traffic impact is the most significant for me reason, because otherwise I think the city would benefit if stormwater regulations are met. And other safety regulations in order to have increased in density in our city, you know. So my biggest concern here is the traffic impact. Yeah. But in general, I would like to see increased density in the city and more of single family zoning allow doubles. Just
All right.
a comment.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Or another option that is out there? So as you all know, there is a master plan amendment process that is underway. The language of the charter basically requires that everything under consideration go through a process of public meetings, community meetings, meetings before the commission, meetings before the council, before getting into the master plan as a change. None of that process has started yet. We've had several inquiries about adding properties that didn't get into the mix. And I guess what I'm just saying is that as the City Planning Commission, you certainly have control over the rules of the master plan. And if you want to direct staff to look at potential master plan changes for this area, we can certainly do that.
Well, okay, we've done that. I mean, that's certainly what we always do, but like you just said, that process is very lengthy, and that really doesn't solve the problem at the moment with the zoning being inconsistent with the master plan. So we need to find a way to do this, right?
What I'm suggesting is that where we are in the process is properties have been proposed and we have a list of properties, and that's where we are.
And you're saying that this is among them.
This is not among them, but you all as the commission can direct staff to consider adding them.
If we approve this applicant, this will create a precedent for that area for more density in that neighborhood going forward. In my opinion, it's a good thing because I think it would work in that area. I mean, we all live in New Orleans in a very dense city. So I think it would work, and it would put good use of the land and help the applicant to actually use the land that has been sitting around.
Yes.
So do we have a new motion on the floor or are we calling a vote?
I am making a motion to approve.
Oh, wait, we haven't finished.
Sorry.
Or so,
I withdraw my motion. So clear the way for the new motion.
I make a motion to approve this application.
I'll second.
all right.
We have a motion on the floor and a second, so then any discussion? So then there's a vote.
So, Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Steve,
Yes, they changed my mind.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta. Motion passes.
Oh, we have a follow-up. I believe do we need to separately address, requesting that the City Planning Commission, consider this rezoning of this particular area?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest if you all could vote to direct us to look at the master plan implications in this area as well.
Okay, so go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Lund,
I move that, City Planning Commission direct staff, City Planning Commission staff to, could you give me a hand here?
To reevaluate the master plan flum designation for this area.
Yes, to reevaluate the master plan flum designation for this particular area.
I'll second.
we have a second. Now to vote, Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery, Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Steve. Okay, Commissioner Zoshi Gupta,
Yes.
motion passes. Next zoning docket item is item number 09422.
This is an application to establish a commercial short-term rental in the second, or rather upstairs unit of this building at Burgundy and Louisa. It's the downstairs is a commercial storefront that is occupied by the Sneaky Pickle restaurant. And the proposal here is to put a commercial short-term rental in the Camelback second floor unit. This is within an HMC 1 zoning district, which is a small commercial zoning district that includes that intersection and the surrounding properties. And so the question before you is, does the use of this small unit as a commercial short-term rental have an inappropriate land use impact? The staff finds that it's appropriate given the commercial purpose of the zoning district and of the property itself, and recommends approval subject to a number of standard provisos addressing the use standards for commercial short-term rentals, and that is 6 provisos.
Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Ron Lazel with Weber Consulting. It really is hard to hear you guys in the back of the room. I'm not sure what's up with the speaker system. I'm here, Ron Lazel, 2131 Bienville, Weber Consulting, representing Craft Commercial Property. So I am a paid consultant. As Stephen put very nicely, this is a unit above a restaurant in Bywater, which is the exact great place for a commercial short-term rental. The owner had NPP meetings. He also met with neighborhood Bywater Association and Neighbors First for Bywater. He has tons of support, as you can see in your report, for this commercial short-term rental. We are asking that proviso number 2 be stricken. I spoke with Stephen about that. Stephen will discuss that. I do want to say the importance of this short-term rental for this business. This would be his only short-term rental. As you know, with costs and insurance and everything going up in the summer months in a restaurant trying to make it in New Orleans, this is critical for his business plan moving forward. I'd also like to say that, legal short-term rentals are not the big bad wolf that many like to say out there. Our people who have commercial short-term rentals, who have residential short-term rentals, This is what they live on. This is how they make it. This is how they're able to pay their insurance and pay their notes. So commercial short-term rentals, residential short-term rentals are an important part of our economy. So thank you very much.
Have cards in support. Do we have any cards? We have no cards in support or opposition? Okay, so, public. Oh, you can come up and state your name.
Hi, Morgan Clevenger, 1653 North Broad, 7th Ward. So this is an example of the possible future. Our homeowners are under stress right now because we're changing the rules yet again for residential STRs that help keep people in their homes. So is our future going to be spot zoning to turn residences into commercially zoned property so they can achieve a STR permit? So that's my commentary right now. I'm not opposed or for this particular applicant. It's just I'm pointing out that what's our future going to be? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Okay, public comment portion is closed. Is there any discussion? Commissioner?
Can you hear me in the back? Can you hear me? Question is, what is the concern about proviso 2?
Proviso number 2 deals with setting a trash receptacle. There is no alleyway. There is no place to put a trash can, and they have 7-day pickup through one of the garbage services here in town.
And so what would be the alternative?
So the garbage stays inside until they put it in the bucket outside, which gets picked up daily.
Is that something staff would be amenable to?
So that proviso merely restates kind of a standard zoning requirement for every commercial property that if you've got a dumpster, you put it behind a wall or kind of store trash within the building. You know, safety and permits always has to interpret these things, but my reading of the regulation is that if trash is kept inside and just brought outside and put in a can, which is put in a curb for, you know, trash collection, that would comply with the proviso. It certainly complies with the intent of the regulation, which is, again, trying to deal more with dumpsters and larger trash disposal things. So I think Ron's request was that it be removed entirely. That's fine. It's, you know, the zoning regulation applies whether it's restated as a proviso or not. So we wouldn't have any opposition to that.
Okay, thanks. In that case, I'd like to move for approval of zoning docket 9422. I'd like to move for approval with 5 provisos. That would be numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as recommended in the staff report, and removal of proviso number 2.
Witchery will second.
Any further discussion? Not, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay.
Mr. Chair, before we move to zoning docket 7, by the stack of cards that Commissioner Witchery is holding, I would like to suspend our rules. Earlier, we made we passed rules to only hear for 6 minutes from proponents. But with the gallery full, I'm going to suspend the rules and make a recommendation that we move forward from hearing from every speaker with no ceding the time for 1 minute only.
And the cumulative time extending to beyond We would have,
No, so that we can hear from anyone who submitted a card. For
Right,
just 1
so-
minute, no seating at a time.
do we need to suspend the rule for cumulative time as well? Okay, so
So-
just, I'm not sure how many cards we have, so we probably need more like. Oh,
We have 50 cards.
Okay.
okay, so.
So currently, right now, we have 50 cards. The rule states that we only can hear for, I think, 20 minutes from both proponents and opponents. So in order to give everyone, we don't, no more commentary. But in order to hear from everyone that is present today who submitted a card, I'm making a motion to suspend the rules to allow for 1 minute for everyone to speak with no seating of time to make it fair for everyone that's here.
So that we can hear from everyone.
Motion, is it a motion? Okay, I second that. Motion,
All right, so we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lawrence?
yes.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Zelshi Gupta. Motion passes. Okay, next up, zoning docket, 9522.
Zoning docket 9522 is a request for a text amendment to Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Residential Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning District. The intent of the IZD is to establish a temporary prohibition of residential short-term rental permits citywide in all zoning districts and to prevent any issuance of new residential short-term rental permits or licenses. The three prohibited use categories are residential short-term rental small, residential short-term rental large, and residential short-term rental partial unit. While this request prohibits new licenses from being granted, some residential short-term rental permits may be eligible for renewal as a non-conforming use if the residential short-term rental and operator permits were valid before August 29th, 2022. Neither license expired before March 2nd, 2022. There are no outstanding short-term rental violations and all other application requirements set by law are met. The STR Administration Office handles any renewal requests. The IZD is being enacted as a result of a recent decision by the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit that deems the current homestead exemption for residential short-term rentals illegal. The IZD will halt the issuance of new licenses while the city modifies the current regulations to bring them into compliance with the court's decision. The staff considered the request according to the 8 criteria for zoning text amendments and found that the request meets all of the 8 criteria. The staff recommends modifying the proposed language to clarify and explain the appeals process for interested parties. The staff recommends modified approval for zoning docket 9522.
Thank you. We have one person in support, Robert Ferris. Mr. Ferris, you have 1 minute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Robert Ferris. I live at 1240 Magazine Street. I didn't know whether to put support or against. I'm just not sure what you all are doing. So I'll just, in my little 1 minute, defend short-term rentals. I don't know if you realize, but some of us who have short-term rentals view ourselves as ambassadors to New Orleans. We go out of our way to make sure that our guests have just a fantastic experience. We have them in our homes. We socialize with them. We give them assistance when they need it. And our records show that almost to a guest that we've had, they have just absolutely loved it. And all they do is praise New Orleans. So all I will urge you to do is figure out a way to make short-term rentals work. Make it efficient for people like us, and let's move on.
Okay, so we're gonna do this portion a little different. We're gonna call a couple names at a time so folks can be ready. Chevis Durham, followed by Blake Robertson. And Chevis Durham, followed by Blake Robertson. And Max Chimdale.
Yes, how y'all doing? I just would like to say I had
Could
purchased
you,
the
could you
house.
state your name real quick?
Oh,
Name and address
Shabazz Durham,
and your address?
718 Varette Street in Algiers Point. I would like to say I bought the property with the intent to use it as a short-term rental. On both sides of me, on one side is all commercial property. On the other side is residential, but they're all duplexes. So it's a 4-bedroom at the top, 3-bedroom at the bottom. Now, I don't understand the technical terms for everything, but what I was trying to figure out, if we using to build New Orleans back up from Katrina and all the different disasters we have, and we're using the entertainment money that we bringing into the city. In order to accommodate them, if the hotels and everything is full, we still have to have some kind of avenue for these people to enjoy the festivities that we give out here. So what other options do we have?
Thank you. That's your
All right.
time.
Hello, my name is Blake Robertson. I'm at 1114 Barrack Street, New Orleans. I'm opposed to this because there's so much that's not defined in the proposal. We stopped issuing new licenses in August. What's been the result of that study? So since August till now, what have we learned? So adding another year to that, what else are we going to find out? Why does it take a year and a half to figure out how to move something? I have one short-term Airbnb. I'd like to add the second one on the same property, but I can't do that because I didn't do both licenses at the same time. I was making sure to get the property up to date. So we can't expand even in our existing footprint. But what I want to know is, when's the end of the study? What's the expectation at the end of the study? There's no clear state of what we get, even as a city, at the end of the year. It's kind of arbitrary. What's the expectation? What are we going to get as current licensees? What's the renewal process? There's just so much that it's like, okay, you're not going to do it, but where do we end up? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh-oh, I don't think your mic is working.
Sorry. Can I take 1 minute to bring everyone up to speed on where everything is with all the processes, the different processes? So this is an IZD that was introduced, second IZD, one was introduced in August and one was introduced shortly thereafter. As you all know, this Fifth Circuit ruled that the existing regime for residential short-term rentals was unconstitutional because of the homestead exemption requirement. So the IZD is to freeze everything in place as it currently is. So if anyone has a license, you can continue to use it. If you don't, then you're going to be on hold until the rules change. The IZD that's before us has a 1-year lifespan because that's what's in the zoning ordinance. The intention, as I understand it, and the court has kind of reinforced this intention, is to have new regulations in place by March. That is a second process that is ongoing, and it's going to be before this commission on January the 24th. The judge, the district court judge, who is handling the litigation on short-term rentals, has basically given the city a deadline of March the 31st to have new regulations in place. Once those regulations go in place, the IZD would go away. It would be rescinded. So this IZD is most likely not going to last a full year. Right now, the city is, there's a motion that's been introduced by the city council that's sent to the city planning commission to review
the regulations, specifically to address the Fifth Circuit decision, but also to consider any other thing that the council has asked us to consider. On Thursday, we are having a couple of Teams meetings for supporters and for those in opposition of short-term rentals. And can we post that on our website so that people will have that information?
I'm sure we can look into that. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if we have to change the meeting type because of the number of people, but we'll
Okay.
figure that out.
Okay. So we will post some information about meetings that are being proposed for later on this week. And I understand that this is a really kind of tight time frame, and that's because that's what the judge has required. We have to go through an entire zoning process, which usually takes 3 to 4 months. We have to go through it, as well as the accompanying code changes and all the other things that have to go into, changing the way the short-term rental office operates. All that has to be in place by March the 31st. So this is one step, but there are going to be many steps that come after that. And I hope this kind of clarifies where we are in the process. And again, January 24th is the date that we're going to be considering the full regulations. And those will be available to the public the week prior to that. So feel free to call our office if you have any further questions. So if you want public written comments to be included in the report that goes to the City Planning Commission, they do need to be in by the 17th of January.
Thank you. We're gonna call the next names up.
Max Stradell. I was actually trying to give my 1 minute to my wife so she could do 2.
Does
that work?
The rules, no seating.
We only get 1 minute each. I feel like 2 minutes consecutive would be a little bit more useful of our time.
The rule stated no seating, no seating. So
Okay.
you can start, you can use your minute, or you can pass it to your wife.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you all for your time. I just want to let you know, I purchased my home in January of 2021. I bought my home under the posted set of laws and regulations. My STR is my form of income to pay my mortgage. Try to get to the points here. Although I have a 6-bedroom house, I'm only allowed to advertise for 5. I'm required to live there by law. I do both of those things because those were the regulations that were set forth by you guys. I feel as if I do all of these things and additionally contribute my tax revenues towards this city, and I'm treated like a second-class citizen. My elected council members are actively taking my tax money and using it to cripple me. I'm a tax-paying and law-abiding citizen, and I'm being eviscerated. Why? What are you doing to stop illegal listings from being added to Airbnb? What is the city council doing getting a 7-figure plus budget to enforce something that Airbnb will do for free? As they have done in the city of Santa Monica, California. If you log into Airbnb at this exact moment, it would take you all of maybe 5 minutes to find bogus listings up and down.
Thank you. That was your time.
Catherine Demaro. Demento.
Followed by Jesse Campora and Jordan Jacobs. Sorry, we're trying our best with the technology. But next is Jesse Campora and Jordan Jacobs.
Hi, thanks for listening to my comments. So I only have a minute. I'll just maybe go over one of them or 2 of them.
Your name, please, and your address.
I'm Catherine Domino, and I live at 1723 Columbus Street in the 7th Ward. And I have one Airbnb unit in my house. I bought the house having 3 units, so I could have one as an Airbnb that helps supplement my retirement now that I'm on a fixed income. So that's important to me to continue with that. And I want to point out that I don't live in the I don't live in the French Quarter or the Bywater or the Marigny or the Garden District. People that stay in my Airbnb support the businesses in my neighborhood, the Circle Market, Cajun Seafood, some of the other smaller mom and pops restaurants and stores. So I think that's important for New Orleans, and it's a reason why that short-term rentals that are residential are good for the city. Is that my minute being over? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jesse Campora, address is 3124 Jenna Street in New Orleans. My story is like most everybody here. I bought my house with the understanding that the income from my short-term rental would help pay property taxes, insurances, which have doubled, tripled in the last few years. I really think that the focus needs to be on eliminating the illegal short-term rentals. That's the big problem. And I do think that working with the platforms directly to come up with better controls for that. And then also maybe requiring an on-site operator. I understand the problem of whole home rentals. So maybe having an on-site operator would be a way around the homestead exemption rule so that there is someone present. We've never had a complaint about our STR. Our neighbors are supportive. We live next door. We take good care of it. And I think everybody here probably has a similar situation.
Thank you.
And after Mr. Jacobs, Leah LeBlanc, Karen Lidwick, Grace Sarah Juicy. Please come stand.
My name is Jordan Jacobs. I live at 1133 North Dupree Street in Bayou St. John. I just came here to say that I think short-term rentals are a big contributing factor to the economy here in New Orleans. For every 3 to 4 short-term rentals that we have a full-time job that's created that allows somebody to earn a living to pay their rent. I don't think that banning short-term rentals is going to lower the cost of insurance. It's not going to lower the cost of property taxes. Banning short-term rentals is not going to pay for the repair of a roof that's been blown off by a hurricane. But allowing short-term rentals will allow people to defray the ever-rising cost of owning a home in New Orleans. Sometimes you're getting hit in every direction, and having that steady income allows many young people to purchase homes that are able to get ahead in life because they're able to make their first purchase. There's a lot of people who have tried to be law-abiding citizens. They've bought homes in neighborhoods with the expectation that they're going to be able to do short-term rentals with the city's permission. And now this prospect of taking the short-term rentals away is going to create criminals out of law-abiding citizens.
Time. Ms. LeBlanc, please state your address and your name.
My name is Leah LeBlanc and I live on Oak Street. On behalf of the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, I would like to express my opposition to the zoning docket. As we've heard today, an overall ban of STRs would negatively affect several struggling homeowners' plans to responsibly generate additional income to alleviate their rising housing costs. These are not corporate investors seeking to extract wealth from our neighborhoods. They are residents living here expressing desperation and trying to find ways to get by in a city with rising insurance costs and property taxes, rather than escalating to, sorry, I'm losing my spot,
Rather than escalating to an outright ban, we encourage our city officials to prioritize the utilization of STR tax revenues to go back into the community to be used towards affordable housing development, code enforcement, and anti-displacement measures. The tourism industry is extractive by nature, but it doesn't have to be.
Hello, my name is Karen Lodrig. I live at 5423 Seminary Place. I started doing short-term rentals in 2017, pretty much as a lark. And then made some changes to my property, improved my property. Is probably one of the best properties in my neighborhood because I do have guests who come and I want them to have a wonderful experience. That's what we offer in the short-term rentals. I've added value to the businesses in the neighborhood. I live in Gentilly. So no one's going to come to the Munch Factory or Pontilli Cafe from the downtown area. So those businesses get to add on to what they're offering. I said as a lark, but now I retired in 2020. And now with taxes, insurance has risen, flood insurance, homeowners insurance, COVID, hurricanes. I now need this money. I need to have this money. I have now gone back to work because I cannot afford to pay for those things that I just mentioned without my short-term rentals. As I understand, Airbnb pays occupancy taxes to the city. So you're getting taxes. I don't want to not pay taxes. I want to pay my taxes.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. It is your time.
Great, thank you. Figure out a way, please.
Is Ms. Grace here? Mr. Don Owen, Lisa Larson, and Christopher Stowe. Please remember to state your name and address.
Don Owen. I'm at 2751 St. Anna. I live in Bayou St. John. I rely on my short-term rental. I got brain cancer back in 2005, so I invested into my home to do this. Purchased my property at Bayou St. John for this, and I rely on it. And I did let my things slip because I was waiting on the mail, but I should have been monitoring my little numbers. So I have it. I'm a 5-star host, an advocate for our city. I've lived here for 40 years. Proud of our home, and I'm proud to share it with people. And I hope y'all will consider that and allow us to keep making money, staying here. Thank you.
Hello, thanks for hearing us today. My name is Lisa Larson and I live in the Bywater. And I'm opposed to this amendment because I feel like it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. By putting a halt, even if it is temporarily, you're putting your responsible citizens of New Orleans in, economic peril. A lot of us can't go without this boost to our income. Again, like everyone says, my insurance tripled. So I'd instead encourage the city to, for the first time, really enforce the rules and get the bad characters out. So go after those hosts who are being irresponsible, who are allowing, giant parties and whatnot, and focus on that first and allow your law-abiding citizens to continue to contribute to the local economy. Thank you.
Hi, Christopher Stowe, 5616 Britannia. I'm in opposition to this for all the reasons that were so eloquently stated before. I don't know if I can ask a point of question or put it out there as a question. I see here in the CPC staff report some ambiguous language, and I want to confirm that this will not stop the issuance of commercial short-term rental licenses during the 1-year period, presuming the application is met otherwise.
Yes, it does not affect commercial short-term rentals.
Thank you. My only other point, thank you for that, is that I think we should either deny this or really limit the time, because I think we should comply with the directive of the court and really meet that time frame. And I think giving the extra runway is probably not a great idea. Thank you.
Tracy Talbot, Brian Hotel, and Seth Magden. Tracy Talbot.
Ready? Brian Desatel, 2410 Constant Street, Irish Channel. Just a few bullet points. The spirit of Airbnb was for residential people to rent their homes, not really commercial. I understand about evolution, et cetera. Also, insurance and taxes doubled after Katrina. Louisiana Citizens is due to go up 63% next year. Those are just the bullet points. That's the reality. I've had my home for 30 plus years. I also have an elderly man that helps me. And I supplement his rent. You know, I keep his rent low because we work together on the property, right? So anyway, that's my bullet points and the reality of what we're trying to maintain.
Seth Magin. Jessica Elevente. Thank you. Lisa Orwig and Brad Michael.
I've never spoke in front of you guys before, so let me just make some bullet points. I'm Jess.
Please speak into.
Oh, this
yeah.
thing?
Yes, I
Oh,
know
there we
it's
go.
confusing. Normally we have one mic, but today.
Sorry. Jess Calvindia, I live at 6612 Canal Boulevard. My home was built in 1935. I'm probably gonna I really need this because I'm a single mom, self-employed. The Airbnb is in my home. I don't have any supplemental income. I'm a student, full-time student, getting my PhD at Holy Cross. And I can't afford to lose my Airbnb. I have a bunch of notes, but I'm probably not going to get them out. My property taxes have gone up. I don't live in a fancy house in Lakeview. Like I said, my house is old. It's almost 100 years old. I don't know what else to say. I just really need this bill to pass. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Orwig and I live at 923 St. Roch in the Marigny. I've been a Airbnb superhost for over 7 years, and this is my primary source of income. I live in my home in the Marigny and rent out my first floor. I have homestead exemption and have been a legal host since the city required a license to operate. I also own a retail store called Vintage Voyage on St. Claude in the Marigny, but it is a budding business and does not provide me enough income to support myself. If you take away my Airbnb, it will mean losing my retail business too, because I will have to find another source of income to replace my 2 incomes at this point. I believe my Airbnb contributes to the economy of my neighborhood and the city. I give my guests suggestions for places to eat, drink, and shop in the Marigny and surrounding neighborhoods. I believe this directly impacts the income of local businesses, including my own small business. If legal residential STRs are eliminated, there will be a chain reaction affecting the incomes of not just the Airbnb hosts, but the neighborhood restaurants, bars, businesses, the people who clean the Airbnbs, and the people who manage them. I have Airbnb reservations into 2024. If the city does eliminate legal STRs, where will all of the millions of people who already have their vacations planned stayed?
Thank you. That is your time. Thank you. Brad Michael and Heather Safranova, John Jobert, and Brian Large.
Hi.
Please.
Brian Michael, Jackson. My wife and I left the city in 2015 because we were unable to afford housing. In 2019, we officially and legally opened the doors to our short-term rental with the hope of being able to bring in enough money for me to scale back, my wife to scale back our 13-year photography business, a job which has kept her away from home during nights and weekends. Now with a little kid in the way, we're hoping to enjoy a new season of life. And we did it. We successfully ran a short-term rental without any other complaints or violations from any of our neighbors, 150 positive reviews and 4.99 rating plus superhost status, housing families from all over the world. We posted cancer patients, families, people going to town. And it's been a truly beautiful experience. And I truly believe the city desires for its residents and visitors. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Heather Safronovom at 1935 Dual Street. Today's motion describes ordinances adopted to quote, balance economic opportunity with the supply of long-term rental housing. In October, Ashley Becknell told the Granicus software a potential of 912 illegal listings and 42 of which have been adjudicated in 60 days. She didn't know how many of those were verifiably illegal versus incompatible with the software yet, and she had no comparison numbers to show an increase from the previous quarter. However, she did mention Airbnb's ability to remove illegal listings. Despite Becknell's attempt to convince the community the software was worth our investment, I believe we're all here today because an out-of-state commercial real estate investor grew exhausted with the illegal listings cannibalizing our STR market. The software failed. That's why we are here today. Council has voted repeatedly to burden taxpayers with the expense of third-party software designed to catch illegal listings, yet more than 2/3 of our listings are currently illegal. As per the federal district ruling in the case of Airbnb versus Santa Monica, the responsibility and financial burden of policing short-term rentals is on said short-term rental platform. By exercising your ability to require Airbnb to vet and remove illegal listings, council would in fact increase the availability of affordable housing by 4,000 properties without costing taxpayers a penny.
Thank you.
I beg you to allow us residential legal listings to continue to remain legal. Otherwise, you'll have 1,200 illegal listings on your hand. And at the current rate of Granicus software, it's going to take you 5.5 years to bust us all.
I called everybody in order and I need you all to pay attention just in terms of the names. I'm calling 3 at a time. Are you Ms. Jean? Yes.
I thought
You're
you
next.
called Brian.
Brian.
Oh, man.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, hi. This is my 2 minutes, but I guess I'll just wing it because I can't do this, and I'm trying to not repeat all the good points. I live at 2413 St. Philip Street, which I own, have homestead exemption on, do have a short-term rental license, and I built it from scratch on an empty lot. I am all for requiring homestead exemption. So I totally agree that the council did that. And I get why now, after all the study, I waited for all the study and the study and the study, and then that they're saying, okay, well, now with this lawsuit, we have to do something else. But it's the second time now, bait and switch. Second time. It's just, I had one before, bait and switch, that was taken away because it's whole home rental. I don't understand why which I only rented 6 days a year in order to keep my house after my husband left me. I don't think anybody should have the right to tell you what you can do when you're owning home for 6 days a year, but I try to play by the rules, so I got a homestead exemption. And the thing I'll say that I didn't repeat, so I don't want to repeat from other people, is that the day after reading about this was going on, a week after that, I read in the paper an article about about a building being renovated in downtown, so that people who buy the second and third homes could have short-term rental.
Thank you.
That's the problem. People with their first and only homes need to keep them.
Mr. Brian, it's your turn. I am going to ask though that Sean or Lon Anderson, Elisa Cool Murphy, and a Helen I. Jerwin, maybe? Thank you. Mr. Brian, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Larson. I purchased my home in 2017, which is at 46, 29, and 31 Eastern Street. And I've operated a short-term rental since 2017. I've always complied with all the rules. I have a homestead exemption and I govern my property. I've never had a complaint with any of my neighbors, and I depend on those funds. I'm barely making it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hardworking citizen. I pay my taxes. And again, like everyone else, we got an increase in taxes, insurance, flood insurance, and it's tough. So I encourage you guys to have the back of the New Orleans, have the back of the residents here in New Orleans. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Lauren Anderson.
Good afternoon, Lauren Anderson. I have owned my home at 3309-3313 Constant Street for about 30 years. I am a super host. I came very ambivalent whether this was a good use of my time, and I'm glad I did. I felt a futility. But I pray that you hear the voices of our residents, because my economic impact mirrors theirs. To me, there's an easy solution that should conform to the concerns of the federal court. Don't require homestead exemption, but in residential neighborhoods, require that it be an accessory unit or a room within the house, and not allow whole home rental, short-term rentals in residential areas. You are penalizing residents and inadvertently rewarding the corporations by these limitations on residential short-term rentals as compared to commercial. I know that is not the intent of our elected officials or our commissions like the Planning Commission. And I think that there are alternatives, and I pray you get to them quickly to reduce the anxiety that you're causing all of us about our economic future.
Hi, I'm Elisa Cool Murphy. My home is at 904 St. Ferdinand Street, and I want to clarify something that was confusing to council and maybe a point of confusion to you. I don't know. I've spoken to a lot of people here, and confusion seems to be the word of the day. This blindsided a lot of good people, who were pacified by the executive branch of the city when we tried to get permits and we had cyber attacks or COVID or couldn't make it on that day or they were out to lunch. It was difficult to get a permit in a simple way. And when we brought it up, we were told, don't worry about it. You have a residential license, you're doing the right thing. So there are a whole bunch of people operating illegally that want to operate legally. And this came down from on high and it pulled the carpet out from everybody. I would urge that we do go through with a freeze, but that we give people adequate time to do the right thing because they want to do the right thing. And that's how we got here. So we got patted on the head instead of getting a heads up. And that's what's caused so much commotion today. The Big Easy is a little bit of an oxymoron. We're built on a swamp and entertainment, and all we're asking is for an equitable slice of that instead of major corporations profiting, give it to the hands of the people.
Thank you. The next three to speak will be Michael Rosa, Brett Bowden, Stan Ginsburg. Please come forward, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Georgiou. I'm owner, operator, and host. I'm one of many here who depend on STR. I own a double shotgun where, I reside, and it's how I could afford my mortgage. As a resident taxpayer owner, I think I should have the ability to earn extra income within my bundle of property rights. I've paid a substantial amount of money in order to get my license. I believe that we have the right to compete with these hotels downtown as well. And also, contribute to our community at large, especially help other small businesses like your local restaurants and pharmacies or what have you. Just all I ask is that you just let us earn our way of life and our living. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Roses, 8235 Pritchard Place. So I'm just letting y'all know, y'all causing a panic with everybody here. Y'all see that we're all panicking. This is our livelihood. This is our money we have to support we come accustomed to. And now somebody's saying we're trying to take that away from you. Or we don't know what y'all trying to say because we're just in limbo right now. And that is causing a panic every day, every night, worrying, what am I gonna do next? I'm looking for property outside of the states, trying to figure out what am I going to do next. And I put in my investment into my house only because I was able to do Airbnb. So that's an investment, and we invested all our money into this. And now y'all don't have a clear even idea of what y'all want to do because y'all keep on bouncing all around. And I think y'all should just stick with what y'all have. It's working, and get rid of the illegals. do a better job on getting rid of that, which y'all said y'all was supposed to do. Because of this thing that happened with, you know, the Constitution thing, that's not our issue. That's not our fault. We should be penalized for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Brett Bodin. I live on Governor Nichols, 1133 Governor Nichols Street. Bought the house 10 years ago. I turned 62 last month. This is my retirement. Like everybody else that's set up here, this is my investment. I fell in love as an LSU student coming from Baton Rouge on the weekends. I'm from South Louisiana, a Cajun, but anyway, I'm a New Orleans now, and I love New Orleans, and I sell it. I'm a super host, 700 reviews from one house. I don't own 15. I own one house, 700 reviews, 5-star review. I want to keep my job. It's the best job I've ever had. I love it. I sell New Orleans. I lived in Virginia and Florida, and I came back. Thank you.
The next three will be Stephen Armbruster, Yvonne Rurik, and Angie Blackock.
Hey, my name is Stan Ginsburg. I reside at 1416 Jenna Street. For the last 10 years, both me and my wife have been working between 90 and 100 hours per week at our jobs to make sure that we can provide a good life for both ourselves and our child. And earlier this year, we moved to New Orleans because we fell in love with the city. Prior to that, we lived in Lafayette. Once we moved to New Orleans, our intention was to occupy a property and use an Airbnb STR system to supplement that. We've accomplished that. We are currently finally achieving our dreams and helping us to have a better life, like I said, us and our child. In addition to that, my wife has also founded her own company after working for someone else for 90 hours a week. She now owns a residential cleaning company where a big chunk of her clientele is Airbnb flips. If we take away STR permits, not only do we lose our revenue source from our property, she loses her business. Right now, we are actually employing people. We are actively adding employment to the city with her company. We are, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephen Armbruster. I live at 4118 South Saratoga Street. Like many of these other folks, my wife and I depend on the income that we get from Airbnb. I wish things were working a little bit better, and I would trust that among all of you, the City Planning Commission, the council, you could come up with some proposal or solution that's a little bit less drastic than what's on the books. We've been hosts since 2014, never had any complaint from any neighbors. We applied to renew a license in October of 2021. Still haven't heard anything from the folks upstairs. Meanwhile, we've been having Airbnb pay occupancy taxes. I believe we paid, Airbnb paid on our behalf almost $5,000 in 2021 and probably about the same. I think the city can use the money that we generate through our Airbnb, just like we can use the money ourselves and our neighboring businesses can use the money. You might want to ask Airbnb to let you know which properties provide the occupancy fees for them.
Thank you.
Yvonne Rarick, 137 30th Street in New Orleans. I live in Lakeview with my 3 kids. I work nights and I rent out 2 rooms in my house to supplement income like everybody else. When I decide, it helps me to be able to spend irreplaceable time with my kids so I don't have to work all day just to keep a roof over our heads. When I think of taking my kids and my family out of town to a hotel room, it's undesirable due to such close quarters, maybe a mini fridge, maybe a microwave. That's not going to suffice for a short vacation with a bunch of kids. One of the reasons I've stayed in New Orleans this long is not for the schooling. I considered several times moving out of the city because I can't even get my kids into the school that's not even a 4 mile away. Hines Lakeview will not represent us, and unfortunately, I've stayed mainly for Airbnb.
also want to say that after the hurricanes, Zeta and Ida, we were the ones that was in demand. Hotels either had too much damage or they were up. We were there to help. Lots of businesses came back because of us, because their workers had a place to stay with us.
The next three would be Miss Washington, Gwendolyn Washington, Angela Williams, and Daniel Burton.
Hi, I'm Angie Blaylock, Paternoster Blaylock. I live at 3400 Napoleon Avenue. I've been there for 52 years, retired senior citizen. I depend on Airbnb for many reasons. I'm a super host. We've had great attendance at our house. Not only have we been ambassadors for the city, but we've also been able to host people who cannot afford to stay at hotels. We're licensed. We do all the COVID protocols. We have 6 people who can stay at one time. They couldn't necessarily afford to stay at hotels. Not only that, but we have hosted people who have had severe medical conditions who have come into the city for hyperbaric treatment. One little girl who's 2 years old who almost drowned. They would not have been able to afford to stay anyplace else. Additionally, as someone else mentioned, the city gets occupancy taxes just from my property alone, $8,500 to $10,000 for just this year. And I know that goes to help. And additionally, we are going to pay state taxes and federal taxes. So please give us some clear guidelines. We'd like to continue doing what we're doing. And thank you for hearing us today.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's gonna ever get down.
Yes, sir.
That good for you, Ms. Walker?
That's fine.
I'm on a green card. Sir.
Just be patient. We're gonna call all the cards. Thank you for being respectful.
My name is Gwendolyn Washington. I'm in agreement with everything that has been said. I am now 82 years old. This is my only means of making money because I cannot get a job. Will you all please do the right thing and help us to continue to be short-term rentals? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angelina Williams. I live in Treme. We had, my mom just spoke. This is her only source of income. And like her, there are many elderly and poor people who will not be able to stay in their homes. With the high insurance, taxes, are they gonna go out on the streets so hotels can make all the money? Please do not get rid of short-term rentals. Thank you.
The next three to speak would be Christina Fuller, Juan Esterio, Kelly Passmore.
Hi there. Really appreciate y'all hearing this out. My name is Daniel Burton. I live at 1522 Governor Nichols Street in Treme. And I did some accounting and I would double, rent the other side out legally. Gave the city $21,000 last year. And I just feel like my neighbor Al, who runs the Petite Jazz Museum, he's an approval. He loves the guests that we send down there. We get the best guests in our neighborhood that the city could possibly want. Yeah, I mean, I spend my money locally at Mary's Ace Hardware. You know, everything that we make comes back into this city. We put it back into our restaurants and our hardware stores and businesses that maybe you own. So thanks for hearing me out.
Hello. Please use the other mic and just state your name and address, and you can put this one right in front of you. That one,
This one?
that one. And
Hello?
You can push it down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we want to be able to hear you as well.
Thank you. Christina Fuller, 108 Royal. Like most people here, I think the consensus is that we have a lot of confusion as to what's going on. We feel persecuted in the idea that when we do make a phone call, when we do ask a question, we either get told, give it a minute, you're doing the right thing. And then we get a letter in the mail saying, no, negative, sorry. And we have no answers. And we're investing in the city. You have a unique opportunity as the people that work underneath a label that says City of New Orleans to help us take care of us while we are investing in a city that is dying, that needs the help. We have poor people all over the place and we're trying not to end up on the streets just like them. We are investing our money and promoting small businesses in the area. We are promoting people who are working hard to help us. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Juan Asturias, 461 Medicine Street. I've been living here for over 40 years. I spent half of my life in the service. And all of us, I spent millions of dollars fixing all these properties. Just on my block, over 5 houses are Airbnbs, and my block looks so beautiful, you know. And it's a shame that my neighbors and myself, we gotta go and buy cement and fix the potholes. And we're talking about this here while we're trying to fix the city, and nobody talks about some other things like fixing the streets, picking up the garbage and the crime. So I think you need to get your priorities straight. Thank you.
And after Mr. Kelly, we have Brad Speltdale, Maria Lott, and Iwona Leonard. And just for housekeeping, if you did not write your docket number, I have no idea what you're here to speak on behalf. So if I haven't called some of you, we are trying to figure out which docket numbers you're under. So please always put your docket number on there so we'll have an opportunity that everyone can speak.
Thank you. Kelly Passmore, we're at 2312 Milan Street. I rise in opposed docket as I best understand it and in support of the responsible short-term rental ownership. I'm a retired Air Force officer. My wife and I have made New Orleans our home since 2019. We periodically rent out a portion of our home as a short-term rental. And these folks here are why we moved to and love New Orleans. What an impressive group. I hope you now see that you cannot put the genie back in the bottle. And we trust your leadership. Find a way to make this work for these folks. So just thank you for your time and for listening to us all.
Brad, yeah. Brad Speldeal. Are you Iona?
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Ivana Leonard and I live at 726 Josephine Street. Everybody mispronounces it, it's fine. We can't talk about home ownership, affordable home ownership. It's affordable housing and affordable home ownership. Me and my husband moved here from New York City where we couldn't afford to buy a home. It was my dream to live here. And we spent many years figuring out how we're going to be able to afford a home, and we bought one in St. Thomas Development neighborhood. There is currently no renewal process for short-term rentals. When your license lapses, you need to apply for a new license, which creates that problem that we're all in at the moment. The temporary zoning that you're trying to put together is going to make a lot of the licenses of everybody here lapse, and we're unable to renew those licenses. And that's going to mean we can't pay our bills and we're going to lose our homes. And I'm sorry. We've done everything we could to make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Graver, Alex Robertson, Andy Levin. Okay. I have Stephen, Alex, and Andy. Go ahead.
Alex, can y'all hear me? I don't think it goes. Okay, there it goes. Alex Robinson, 2037 Independence Street. Short-term rentals are a great way for marginalized communities like myself, young Black females, to afford housing, and taking that away even temporarily is doing us a disservice. I was impacted by the previous IZD as an HURD2 home. I'm here as a real-life example of what the current IZD is doing to locals, and hopefully to stop what happened to me happening to all these people behind me. This year, I invested over $8,000 into renovating my spare bedroom as an STR. I made the investment knowing that I can legally STR the room. The room I invested so much time and money in now sits vacant because the city's short-term rental law was found unconstitutional. I spent the past year building a platform that highlights local New Orleans businesses. Over 20,000 New Orleanians use this resource, and it's put millions of eyes on businesses in New Orleans. My goal is to shift focus on all my time to that, something that has had a major positive impact on our community, and use the income from my STR to support me while I do so. Now I'm stuck in limbo after an $8,000 investment and uncertain about my future. I think all the IZDs should be lifted while the city deals with the repercussions of their own lawsuit.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andy Levin, 1210 South Rampart. I've got a large residential license. I just want to just make a point. I think 5 and 6 years ago, when we were here talking to you guys or to the council, having a short-term rental was a luxury. I think now that at this point in time, things have changed, and we're finding that having a short-term rental is a necessity for these people. People are stressed out. People are in danger of losing their homes. This is no longer a luxury for people to make a lot of money. This is a necessity for us. And I think that I thank you very much for listening to us. Please convey the message to the city council, who seem to feel that this is that we're profiteering off the city, which is not the case. We're trying to keep our homes. We're trying to run a small business. We've taken out loans after a pandemic to continue our businesses, and now all of a sudden we're being told that we may not be able to do that anymore. I don't think that's the spirit of fair play. I just asking you to do the right thing, pass the message on to the city council to make to allow us to continue to rent our homes in the right way. Thank you very much.
So I have 2 more cards in opposition. Susan Lafay and Kelly Walsh. Kel Walsh.
My name is Susan Lafay. I live at 305 Lower Line, Airbnb, Superhost since 2014. My suggestion is that many of you are lawyers, find a way around the Supreme Court decision. That's the first thing. Second thing is throw out all the licenses where there have been complaints. The third thing is leave the rest of us alone.
Is there anyone here that turned in a card that did not get an opportunity to speak? Sir, yes, I have. You have a card in support. Did you mean opposition or support? Okay, so we're going to finish with opposition, and then there were 2 cards that should have been read earlier but didn't have the docket numbers, so we're going to do those next. Ma'am.
Hi, Kelly Welsh, Art Street.
Yes.
I do not own an Airbnb, but I do make my only income as cleaning Airbnbs as a single mother. I have 5 different houses that I clean consistently, and if y'all stop this, then I also won't have a job. Thank you.
Did you turn in a card? Okay, what is your name? Okay, Grace. Please step ahead. I'll have to see. Just please state your name and address.
Okay, my name is Grace Lewis. I live at 1523 Marigny Street. And I think that we're kind of all here for the same reason, is that commercial Airbnbs keep going forward and we have enough hotels. And we're all individual homeowners trying to pay our mortgage or pay our taxes. So I wish or hope that you guys are trying to figure out a way to make our licenses legal whenever this new legislation comes out. For everyone here, I started a group. I don't know if there already is a group for on-property Airbnb owners on Facebook. If you want to look it up, New Orleans on-property Airbnb owners, because our needs are not the same as the many guys that are kind of taking over. There's a guy on my block that has 72 listings. I'm just one, and I think all of us are kind of just one. And if all of our little ones get together, maybe we'll have a voice for this group. So look for me or tell me where to go, because you know there's a lot of us, and together we can probably get somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah. Any more cards in support? I have a Stephen, a Tracy, a Seth, a Brad, and a Maria. Okay, what was your name? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, if there's anybody else that wants to speak in opposition, please go ahead and line up.
Mine was actually informational, maybe that's valuable.
Oh, yes, that is true. Okay. So we will move to the informational. If you would like to go ahead, ma'am.
Gina Bach, 1554 North Johnson Street, 7th Ward. And a lot of what I was going to say today has already been said, how it affects me and my son personally, how it affects the neighborhood and the businesses I live in, and also how it affects the city in general. But one thing that has not been addressed is the level of non-transparency through all this by the city. Emails coming at 9 a.m. saying we have to have our public comments in by 5 p.m. a week before these meetings, special meetings happening that we don't even know about. One of the most important things throughout this entire process is that we have a voice in helping to create a fair, transparent, and equitable system that creates a level playing field, provides tools for bringing bad actors into compliance, and ensures the implementation of best practices for the sake of all those who make up our neighborhoods that are so uniquely New Orleans. Thank you for your time.
Chris Laurie. Lawrence.
Good, the speaker work. Hello, testing. Good. Too low. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Lawrence. I'm president Against the Forces of All Evil, a nonprofit worldwide organization. I fight crime and everything else. Let's talk about the United States Constitution. Let's talk about what everybody learned in high school. 2 words: free enterprise. What gives the city the right to tell these people they can't make no money off their own property? Okay, I support everybody. Okay, but one thing I don't like, I don't want no drug selling from these places. I don't want no prostitution. It is what it is. Let's talk about a database. Mayor Cantrell and the city council needs to get together, have a database. Why a database? When it comes time for them to pay their taxes, let's not get nothing mixed up. Okay? If they want what they say they want, they're gonna have the maintenance, they're gonna pay for security if they need to, and they're gonna abide by the city charter.
Thank you, sir. I have one other speaker car, Renata Caldas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Renata Collins at 1349 Annunciation Street. And today I'm here because I would like you guys to keep the motion that you guys have in place. One, because there's a lot of homelessness as a result of the small Airbnbs. As a business owner, I have been having a hard time because they only want to work at home. I've been having a hiring sign up. So yes, we do hear that they need income, and I've been having income to give them. So if they need a place to work, I'm hiring. But what we do need is people to be able to have affordable homes that they don't be homeless as a result of the Airbnbs. Rent used to could be $500, but because of the result of the Airbnbs, it's $1,500, $1,600, $1,700, $1,800. We live in New Orleans where we are a pot of gumbo. We don't need them to take the shrimps out, the meatballs out. We need to keep it original. And although we do have visitors, we have hotels. And so I'm asking that you guys keep this in place so that people can have a place to look for a home. Because you used to find a home in a month or 2 weeks. Now it takes you 3 months to 6 months to find a place to live.
Thank you. I just have a handful of informational cards. So if anyone did not speak that filled out one of these thinking they were going to speak, please go ahead and state your name. Got your card.
1427 Desire Street. I want to say a resounding echo of most of the sentiments, 90% of the sentiments that have been put out. I didn't know whether to put against or for because the language that's out there is unclear. All of this anxiety that you're hearing is coming from that ambiguous communication that's out there, the implied plan to eliminate the capacity for people to do STRs because people can't read the legalese that's out there, that's in the language that's out there, which is implying, the lack of being able to renew automatically. This is the 3rd year in a row where I was expecting to be able to renew, and it's turning into, oh, you got to go through a whole new reintroduce yourself to the city process. That anxiety is hurting people. And the implied thing is that you guys are against us who are legally doing it right now because there is no implication out there online, in the media, anywhere suggesting that you guys are wanting to be fair with us. The implied meaning that's out there in the public is that you guys are against us and plan to harm us in spite of this Supreme Court decision against the homestead exemption thing.
Thank
So
you,
it's like, we're
sir.
not gonna let you renew because of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we get was there an opportunity for everyone to speak either in favor or support? Okay. You are, yes.
Hey, Morgan Clevenger, 1653 North Broad. Let me say this, everybody stand up if you're for homeowners retaining the right to rent your home as a short-term renter. Stand up. This is an amazing cross-section. Give yourselves a hand. This is amazing cross-section of people, our New Orleans people, from every demographic, from every neighborhood. And I think it's been shown here today that residential short-term rental permits are important to the economic fabric of our city. What we do know also is that you need to comply with this court ruling. And a lot of that comes down to language. We think some of the rules that are in place right now are still workable, but we know that we have to be at the table. We know this is moving fast. Where are the public hearings? We're all took off work, out of our lives to come here today. So now we need the public process before that January 17th report is done by this staff.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I believe we've gotten through all of the cards of everyone that was here that wanted to speak. That being said, I want to echo, I appreciate you all being here in the middle of the day on a Tuesday afternoon. I know that that is not easy and I appreciate your patience. I believe the public portion is now closed and we can open it up for commissioner questions. And I am going to turn it over to our lovely chair here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I echo what Commissioner Witry said. Thank you all for coming and thank you all for coming. Now, can you hear me? You know, the anxiety in the room is palpable, and I want to have our executive director say a little bit, if you could please, about this. I don't think anyone between now and March 31st is at risk for losing an existing legal license. Just hopefully we can go away with that today. I mean, I know it's not enough, but that is, and I'll have him explain the process. And beyond that, hopefully by then we will have clear and rules that all of you want to abide by. Clearly, you wouldn't be here. So anyway, thank you all. I'm going to turn it over to our director to answer that or clarify what I just probably said incoherently, but.
So can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So what I wanted, my understanding of, first of all, let me say this. City Council is going to be making all of the decisions about all of the regulations that apply to short-term rentals. Our role in this is to advise the city council on the land use implications of all of these decisions that are up for the making. So that's what this hearing is about. But like I said earlier, this is only a small portion of the many different moving parts that are happening. So let's start with the court decision. The court decided after the city went through a process back in 2018 to put new regulations in place that you all received your licenses under, said that the one thing that kind of pacified a lot of people about short-term rentals being the homestead exemption, that limitation was not consistent with the Constitution. And I can go into the legal issues of it, but I'm going to leave that to the people who are actually practicing law. But basically what the court said is our regulations are illegal and that to continue operating under those regulations would be a continuation of that illegality. And the example that was put to me was, you know, the Constitution talks about a lot of things. And if the Constitution, if there was a violation for, you know, a racial or a gender-based issue, and we allowed it to continue, we would be in violation of the Constitution. So that's the posture that has been presented to us as a city in dealing with the regulations that we have. So secondly, the regulations, in order to change the regulations to fix it, even if it's just the most minor change in response to the court, it's a 4-month plus process that requires lots of different steps, including the City Planning Commission and the City Council. Every day that the current regulations stay in place with a regulatory regime that has been deemed to be unconstitutional puts the city at risk of additional damages. So the idea of the IZD is to stop the current situation, not issue any new permits. And the result of this language, and if you all may recall that there were some companion code articles that would have revoked all of the existing permits. Those are not on the table. Those were withdrawn. So the effect of this IZD would be to remove the residential short-term rental use from the zoning ordinance, meaning that new applicants could not have a use to apply for. anyone who is currently operating with a valid operation would be considered a legal non-conforming use and can continue to operate as a legal non-conforming use. While this freeze is in effect, the city council has sent a motion into the process, which first stop is the city planning commission, to take a look at the entire package of regulations that apply to short-term rentals. So in response to a court decision that spoke about one issue, the council has put the entire regulatory package on the table. So we're going through that, and we are going to be making some recommendations. We don't know what they are yet, but those are going to be forthcoming in January. What I'm hearing loud and clear is you all want a seat at the table. That's been a consistent message. We, like I said earlier, we are under a severe time restraint because of the court's direction says we have to get everything done in between now and March the 31st. So there are a couple of Teams meetings that were scheduled with some people who requested directly to our office the opportunity to sit down and talk with us. I'm going to see if those can be opened up to a public. If not, and I understand we have a holiday season coming up, but we will explore ways to provide more opportunities for you all to speak with us. That being said, there will be a hearing on January the 24th. Like I said, January the 17th is the date which written comments can be submitted. January 24th will be the City Planning Commission hearing. And then after that, it'll go to a hearing with the City Council. And there will actually be two hearings at the City Council level, one to act on a motion, one to act on the final ordinance. And so, so those will be opportunities as well. We'll put as much information up on our website as we possibly can, including how you all can get involved into the process. So, so again, the purpose here is to look at the IZD, which would freeze the situation in place, allow existing legal operations to continue, but prevent any new ones, basically prevent the city from exacerbating an unconstitutional regime.
Oh, wait, I've got some questions for Bob. So what about, so if you have a current application, and we're just talking on the residential side, we're not talking about the commercial short-term rentals, correct?
That is correct.
So on the residential side, I have a license, I'm operating, but say come next week, I need to get a renewal. I'm not able to get a renewal as well.
My understanding is that it would be treated as a existing legal non-conforming use and that a renewal would be approvable.
So I think that's where it is confusing. In fact, that if I'm operating and I have an active license, are renewals or is it new? Because I'm personally, I'm okay with they're not getting new applications on the residential side at this point. I am not okay though with individuals that have existing licenses and I want them to be able to get the renewals. So I would have to change the language on here for this motion. Is that right?
So again, my understanding of the effect of this language as it currently is, it's just like any other zoning change, and many have been made over the past years where a use is no longer in the zoning ordinance. If a use was legally operating at the time that that use was taken out of the zoning ordinance, that use continues to be able to operate legally as a non-conforming use, so long as that it maintains its legal status. So if it lapses or if there's a violation, if it lapses for more than 6 months, or if there's a violation, those are grounds for not continuing the legal nonconformity, but if it's operating, and as pretty much everyone who stood up here today talked about their current operations that they've applied for with and have licenses for, those should all be able to continue operation pending the council's decision on new regulation.
Okay, let's take it a step farther. What if there's code violations on that existing license and they tried to go for their renewal? Would they be flagged?
So now you're getting further into, and this is something that is, enforced by Department of Safety and Permits and not City Planning Commission.
Well,
So
yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. So those are kind of enforcement questions I would have to defer to the Department of Safety and Permits because I'm not enforcing the regulations day to day.
But that would have assumed that the application would go forward. Excuse me, we're actually, so I think that under the rules of the legal non-conforming use, it would continuing operating. There would be no application to submit because there is no zoning designation to even do, there's no mechanism to do that because it's been negated, correct?
There are two levels of regulations. One is the zoning side. One is the city code side, which is the license. So you have your land use entitlement and you have your license. The license needs to be renewed annually. So my understanding is that the legal nonconformity continues the rights under the zoning ordinance, but the applicant would continue to need to renew the license with Department of Safety and Permits on an annual basis, just as they would with any other non-conforming use or any other use that requires a license.
Any analysis, I have a question. Any analysis on page 4? Analysis section, the last paragraph, it says, City Council has chosen to enact this IZD to temporarily prevent the issuance of new residential short-term rental permits. So I know that's the analysis of the staff, but we're confident that it's just for new, right?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Paul.
I was going to suggest that Laura read the language that is on Safety and Permits website regarding the renewals. She did present it in her opening.
Happy to read it again. So on the website, it says some residential short-term rental permits may be eligible for renewal as a non-conforming use if the residential short-term rental and operator permits were valid before August 29th, 2022. Neither license expired before March 2nd, 2022. There are no outstanding short-term rental violations and all other application requirements set by law are met. I don't know if that's helpful. But it says no new licenses, and that's, I think, what Bob was just explaining. It's the legal non-conforming, so it's an extension. I mean, in some cases, you'll see, cases where there may have been a bar as a conditional use, and then that use is taken away, and then the legal non-conforming can continue to exist as long as they maintain those permits.
Between August 22nd and today, do you know if people who went in for renewals were told no? See, I think that's what they're trying to say, is that the city's not operating functionally. The city is not, Office of Short-Term Rental Permitting is not operating consistent with what the city council is saying, and they're stuck without legal licenses. But they did apply for renewal legally.
Ma'am,
okay.
the public portion is closed.
Okay, so that's what I heard today too, is that they're not even allowed to renew. The only option is a new permit.
So
Why do you not say Supreme Court bias against New Orleans?
All right.
So all I
We
can,
can't-
In Las Vegas and the East Coast and Los Angeles with the same thing that's going on.
I'm sorry, so we can't get anything done like this. Thank you.
so to your question, the understanding that I have in my conversations with the law department and with Department of Safety and Permits is just as Laura had said, that legal nonconforming uses will be treated as illegal nonconforming uses typically are. And what I can do, and I will, I mean, I'm sure that they're watching as we speak. But I will make sure that if you all decide to vote on this today and want to, and I will communicate with the Department of Safety and Permits and make sure that by the time it gets to council that everyone is clear, clearer than I can be as the Department of City Planning and not the Department of Safety and Permits.
And if we do not, we decide not to vote on this today, where does it stand?
Paul? What's the deadline on this?
The deadline for the IZD motion. No, this is the,
It's February 11th.
February 11th.
So there's room to defer it.
Okay, because I mean, it's pretty clear to me that this many people can't be saying that they've attempted to renew and not been able to because they're only allowed to get new licenses. Therefore, they can't get a license. So it's not functioning correctly. So I don't feel prepared to vote on this.
Yeah, and I would be hesitant to characterize that because I don't know the personal situations of each of these, but you're right. There are a number of
I know.
people who are here saying that they haven't been able
Yeah.
to get renewals. And so I think it's a valid issue.
All right, I'm not saying it from personal experience. I am basing it on what I'm hearing today, but when this amount of people say the same thing, you know, I'm willing to trust that. Do you want to say something, Diane?
While we have you, and we have everyone here, can you also clarify to everyone what's going to happen after March 31st?
Wow.
So
I honestly can't tell you. There will be new regulations in place. That's going to be a decision that the city council makes. What those new regulations look like, I don't know. We are working on our recommendations and we're not close to being final on those yet. We are hearing everybody in the room and we are hearing lots of people outside of the room who are weighing in on this issue. So the most honest answer I can give you is I do not know, but there will be new regulations in place by March 31st pursuant to the order of the court. And if there aren't, then the court will decide what those rules will be.
Go ahead.
I have a hard time understanding. I mean, so if we defer this, I mean, right now, no one can get new permits anyways, regardless of our decision, because that's how they're acting, correct?
Correct.
So even if we did,
The IZD is in effect.
the ICD is in effect. So really the action that we take here today, it's not going to benefit the good actors that are going through the process, right? And if their license expires next week, they're not going to be able to get a new one. So if they were fortunate enough to be in the beginning of August or the end of August, they're good for a year. But if I got mine last March and it expires in March, I can't rent for Jazz Fest or any of else, correct? Right.
And again, I think that's the issue that y'all are wanting to get clarification on. And
So-
what I would do is if and I'm kind of sensing that this is heading for a deferral.
Yes.
I will, if you guys are open to it, see if I can maybe get somebody from Safety and Permits to speak to the licensing issues.
That would be very helpful. And in fact, given the time that we've been down here and everyone's been talking about that issue, I'm surprised that no one has come to clarify that. I'm just, so yes, I definitely, we should have somebody here.
Is that possible to do right now? Is it possible to do this now?
I don't think it would be. I don't.
So you were talking about like at our next meeting?
If it's going to be deferred, I can certainly give them the heads up that you all would like them to come and they can prepare their remarks and be able to respond to questions.
Okay.
Stephen, what's the deadline for this application?
February?
I'm sorry,
February is the deadline?
February 11th, is the deadline.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we defer consideration of. Anybody have this written down?
9522.
Zoning docket 9522 until would we, I'm sorry, I have a question. With January 11th, if we have,
Can I make a suggestion as
Yes,
far as
please.
dates? Paul, correct me if you think this is a bad idea, but we're going to be seeing the regulations on January the 24th. And rather than having everyone here have to come on two separate occasions, that if we could do it all on the 24th and we can only require, people who want to come will only have to go to one meeting.
all right, and in the interim, well,
It'll also give us more time to set up a public meeting to meet with people.
right, so we move, so I move for deferral of zoning docket 9522 until the January 24th CPC public meeting, at which time I would like to request that, I'll put that in the motion, that
Sure.
our representative safety and permits be here to address the issue of, to clarify renewal of licenses process.
Second by Commissioner Stewart. All right, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Oh, is there any additional discussion?
I have a question before I vote. So there's nothing in our power today as a recommending body if we would do modified approval or defer or deny that would change the ability for anyone to get licenses.
No, I don't believe there is.
Just wanted y'all.
It's going to come down to an interpretation of the non-conforming use and how it's being applied by the Department of Safety and Permits.
All right. Call the vote. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Yes. Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery?
Yes, and I want to thank every single one of you for coming down and speaking on this. And please know that your voices have been heard. My vote is yes for deferral.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, and thanks again, everybody.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta?
Yes.
Motion passes for deferral. All right, next up is zoning docket 09622.
Zoning docket 9622 is a conditional use application to allow a historic structure on Orange Street in Lower Garden District to be used as a reception facility with outdoor live entertainment. The building is noteworthy because it dates from the 1850s and is a local historic landmark. It is surrounded by.
Can I have everyone's attention? That everyone be quiet and as you exit so that we can continue with the meeting. Please be respectful of all your peers that are still waiting in the gallery. Thank you.
So I'll continue by saying this is an application for this historic circa 1850s building on Orange Street in the Lower Garden District to be used as a reception facility with outdoor live entertainment. It is somewhat uniquely well suited for outdoor live entertainment in that it's virtually surrounded by warehouse buildings, which have the effect of enclosing the outdoor space. It's also within a mixed use zoning district, so there's more of an expectation that you might have outdoor entertainment and other sorts of commercial activities. And so for that reason, the Planning Commission staff is recommending approval. I will draw your attention to a couple of the provisos. Number one is about reception hall use standards and the correct hours of operation. That is to say the 4 a.m. Restriction is in this report. So there's no confusion there. And also this is the first application for outdoor live entertainment that we've had since the use category was created earlier this year. And so the outdoor entertainment is limited to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then 10 PM on Friday and Saturday. So in other words, the reception hall inside can operate a little bit later into the night than the outdoor live entertainment. So the planning commission staff recommendation is approval with one waiver, 8 provisos.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Owen Ferris, 1020 Race Street. I'm the owner of the property, 623 Orange Street, and I have a conditional use application in front of you for conditional use for reception facility. The property was built between 1845 and 1850. It's been vacant and blighted for many years. It was deemed a historic landmark by the city of New Orleans in 1985. This is one of the few, maybe the only example of this building, this style of architecture still remaining. As was previously noted, it is surrounded on 3 sides by warehouses. It's generally in an area of the neighborhood that is mostly industrial. This is also a state and federal historic tax credit project. So even though the HDLC has full control because it is a historic landmark, the plans will also have to go before the State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service. There's a lot of eyes on the project. It was historically used as a single family home. The front building is a 2-story masonry, and there are 2 dependency buildings, one 2-story detached in the rear and one 1-story kind of in the middle. The HDLC has already given us approval for our plans for the front and the rear building and the middle building. We have met with the ARC last month, and we're meeting with them again next week to get hopefully final approval on the middle portion of the building. But the front and the rear building have already been approved by HDLC. Again, it's in an industrial area of the neighborhood, and we're excited to renovate it, put it back into commerce.
Thank you. We have one card in support, and that is Gunnar Gidry.
Gunner's my architect. I don't know if you want to defer or if you want to speak on it.
Okay.
Gunnar Gidry, 4519 South Claiborne. So when Owen approached me with this project, it screams to be renovated back into some type of commercial space, commercial building. And being that there is a vacant lot right next to it, that's part of the project. It just opens itself up to, I mean, a restaurant, I mean, a facility, a reception facility for this building really is one of, it's a perfect example of what it needs to happen for the building. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other cards in opposition?
Quick question. Okay. What are the parlor rooms? The quick question of the applicant, just what are parlor rooms used for?
Well, just, like a typical old New Orleans home, single parlor, double parlor. So basically gathering space, but essentially the interior space of the buildings are not large enough for a reception of of any size. So basically it's an outdoor venue.
Oh.
And that, it just so happened that we applied at the same time that outdoor live entertainment was becoming legal. And so we just happened to be the first person, the first project to apply for conditional use. It would also include outdoor live entertainment. Outdoor live entertainment has been permitted previously for other reception facilities. I'm sure you know of many across the city, but because outdoor live entertainment since the pandemic has become its own definition, that's also part of our conditional use application. But, inside space will be, people can hang out, gather, sit down, talk, but, you're not going to have a reception. You're not going to have like a ceremony or a reception necessarily inside. We do have a kitchen. We have indoor bathrooms, of course. But for the most part, it's an outdoor reception.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one card in opposition, Susan Johnson.
Hi, Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. So I received an email from a family member of the previous owner and about this property. And she has a big objection. I think she wrote you all an email about the proposed use of the property. And again, as with 2400 Napoleon, this has to do with ethics, morality. How does that profile of the developer come into your deliberations on conditional use? I'm not at all clear about it, but this is what she wanted me to say. Mr. Ferris portrayed himself as an individual whose intention it was to use the property as his personal residence, to renovate it in keeping with the historical designation of the home. Is that right? Okay, he denies it. But we have the testimony of the family against what's been said. So I know there's no, again, I don't know where this fits into what you all have to talk about today, but I'm adding it to the record as a concern. They are against this conditional use, obviously.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's your time. Now it's time for rebuttal, if you have any.
Yes. I don't know which family member she was referring to, but I bought the property from Miss Ursula Richardson Wall, who grew up in the property, and her grandparents lived in the back house and she and her family lived in the front house. Her brother was the most recent inhabitant of the house. He passed away several years ago. Miss Ursula lives in Alabama and hasn't lived in New Orleans in 30 years. The last time I texted her, we had a very good rapport. I don't know anything about this second or third hand information from a distant family member, so I can't really speak to that. What I can say is that the immediate neighbors have been supportive. The property is sat vacant and blighted for many years. It's a historic landmark. It deserves to be renovated and put back into use, put back into commerce. And I fully support the staff report and recommendations.
Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant. So St. Michael's School, the head of school, and said this is close to their school and they want you to consider noise and parking. Did you want to say? Oh, okay. Yep.
I can cede my time if I need to. I'd be happy for her to speak.
Maybe you meant to speak, correct?
Hi, I'm Dr. Sissy LaForge, head of school at St. Michael's Special School, 1522 Chippewa Street. And yes, we've met with Mr. Patterson about the project. And while it is between two warehouses, on the other side of the warehouse is a school for special needs students, students with autism, intellectual disabilities, and developmental disabilities. So music during the day, noise during the school day is a big concern for us. Loud noises are not tolerated very well by a lot of people with and students with autism. Our students range from 6 to 60. The older students are on that side of the street. So I'm just bringing my concerns before the panel. The second thing is the parking. There is no parking anywhere near St. Michael. So we have Annunciation Park on one side. So it's the warehouse. The next block is our school. And then the next block is Annunciation Park. And during the week, particularly like after school or on the weekends, the park is filled and it's great because people are enjoying the park. That's a big concern. We already have some restaurants in that area who have very limited parking, and it kind of flows over to us and impedes the carpool line and things like that. And then our last concern, which we addressed with Mr. Patterson, was the trash, that it is
We have our own staff that goes around every single morning and collects all the trash on our block so that we look neat and tidy and are a good citizen of our block. But after things in the park and on weekends or when some of those businesses have things on the side, it does get to be kind of unsightly, honestly, on the streets. So those were our three big concerns that we said, and we wanted you just to have those, to take those into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Was there a good neighbor agreement that was signed between St. Michael's School and the developer?
No, we did not. He asked us to do that and we just chose to be I don't want to be for, I don't want to be against. It is blighted property. It's, I didn't even know it was there, honestly, till we went out there. But we do want to, we enjoy the businesses in our neighborhood. And we just feel like if this goes forward, that we would like to work with Mr. Patterson very collegially and congenially and just be good neighbors with each other. You know, thank you.
Are there any more questions from the commission?
I have a question for Mr. Owen. Are you going to be the operator of this facility?
Yes.
So you will be able to control the hours of noise?
Yeah, so let me speak real quick to Ms. LaForge's comments. She and I have gone back and forth on email. She's the head of school at St. Michael Special School. She requested, or I offered, because of her parking concerns and the concerns of the students and the noise and everything, to not host any events before 4 o'clock on any school day. So if you'd like to add that as a proviso, I'm happy to agree to that because I've already agreed to that with her in an email. So I'm happy to make that part of that. As far as the operation, yeah, so as was noted in the earlier application, the city sets the times. However, in my MPP meeting, in my letter for MPP, I didn't say 4 o'clock. I said 2 o'clock on Friday and Saturday, and I said midnight on Sunday through Thursday. The reality of it is that because it's an outdoor venue, the outdoor live entertainment is going to be more of a driver to the opening, to the operating hours than whatever it says in the MPP. So, and the CPC is just going through all the outdoor live entertainment rules and regulations. So in effect, my outdoor live entertainment is going to be limited to 3 days per week, Sunday through Thursday till 9 p.m. and Friday and Saturday till 10 p.m. And so those are the rules and regulations that I'm going to live with for outdoor live entertainment. If people want to hang out inside the building after that, I think that's allowed. But for outdoor live entertainment, it's going to shut down at 10 o'clock on weekends and 9 o'clock on weekdays.
Is this business going to be used for weddings or like what was your?
Yeah, I mean, weddings, corporate events, private dining.
So the live entertainment, is it more like what type of live? When you say live, I mean, there's a huge array of live.
Yeah, I mean, it's bands, DJs, basically. I mean, I think that was the intent of the outdoor live entertainment ordinance.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just to clarify, you said no events before 4 on any given day?
School days. Yeah. Just when they're in session. And I also told her that we would coordinate on weekend calendar because, if they're having an event, I know there's a big St. Patrick's Day celebration in Annunciation Square Park. And so those are things, I don't know how to include that as a proviso, but she and I have a good relationship and hopefully, we're going to continue to work together. But I'm happy to not have any events before 4 o'clock on a school day and include that as a proviso because I think that makes a lot of sense.
I make a motion to approve zoning docket 096-22, subject to 1 waiver and 7 provisos.
Are we going to add the proviso about the weekdays event? Did you want to add the proviso that he suggested?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you all, or the applicant rephrase that or restate the proviso just so we can get it down?
So I won't hold any events before 4 p.m. on days where St. Michael Special School is in session.
Okay.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, we can call a vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes, Commissioner Witchery,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes, and good luck.
and Commissioner Zoshi Gupta.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, next zoning docket item is docket item 09742.
Okay. This item is a request by city council motion to withdraw, or rather to rescind a conditional use approval that was granted last year to allow a wine shop to be established at this location at 4210 Magazine Street. It was done by council motion on behalf of the property owner. And the property owner is alleging a violation by the tenant of one of the provisos attached to the approval. There has not been a documented violation, a violation that has been documented by safety and permits, but the standards for rescinding a conditional use require only that the property owner make the request. You know, that by itself makes a conditional use eligible for rescission. So the motion acting on behalf of the property owner makes the request for the rescission. And given that that requirement has been met, the staff recommends approval of the rescission.
Stephen, I have a question. So this came back to us by city council motion only because the property owner itself requested or put in for the request that there was a violation from one of the providers?
Yeah, the property owner has communicated to CPC staff that they believe there to be a violation, and also made the request of the council office to introduce a motion to begin the process of rescinding the ordinance.
Are there any comment cards? Okay, there's Zach Smith.
Oh, yeah, that's clear.
Good afternoon, Zach Smith, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Just took special note of this particular one because this is the process working well. This is a responsible owner who's having issues where something that they requested is not working out the way it was supposed to and the way it was promised. And I commend the owner for taking the initiative to make sure to police. A lot of times people rely on just the city to do that, which the city always has that responsibility as well, but it always starts at home. And I commend any property owner who goes through these processes, takes advantage of what's available, and then makes sure to police on the premises. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any cards in opposition?
I believe so. There's a couple that are, I'm not certain if they're labeled correctly. Is Ike Spears, are you here for number 9? And are you in support or opposition or just? Okay. So that means.
Good evening, Ike Spears, 909 Poydras, here to support the recommendation. Let me say a couple of things. First of all, I'm well aware of the process, well aware of this location, and I am here in part representing the owner, Charters Property LLC. It's important to note, number one, although I know there will be some people speaking in opposition, that we should not allow the tenants to have more rights in this situation than the owner. Secondly, there are numerous documented violations of the conditional use permit. All of those safety permits have not necessarily cited these violations. The tenant has been placed on notice by the owner of the violations, both formally and informally. Third, and most importantly, the owner managing partner of Charters LLC actually lives atop the building. So when there are violations, when we're running the wine shop as a nightclub, he and his family are disturbed. So he can attest to the numerous times that the location has been out of compliance. What is out of compliance? Operating beyond the permitted hours that are set forth in the proviso, selling hard liquor as opposed to simply allowing wine to be tasted, allowing wine to be drank throughout the premises as opposed to the very limited square footage which is set forth in the proviso. And also at some point in time, setting up tables and benches outside of the establishment. All of these things are in direct violation. And yes, the operator of the wine shop has been notified. They've been notified by the owner, been notified by me as counsel for the owner, and there clearly have been repeated violations even after being notified. So yes, we would strongly urge you to support the owner's rights to rescind the conditional use permit. Thank you.
I have a question. I have a question. As you're representing the owner.
Yes, the owner's here as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll wait. Despite all these violations, there hasn't been a citation?
Well, that's not uncommon. I mean, safety and permits, as you probably know, is understaffed.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying to you is the owner is a credible, responsible business person in this community.
Sure.
He lives on top of the establishment.
Got
So
it.
when the establishment operates beyond the permitted operating hours, he's well aware of it
Okay.
because his peace and quietude
No,
is being disturbed.
I got you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other cards? Okay, I have Edward Washington.
And I'm in opposition. Okay, Edward Washington, 7130 East Renaissance Court. I'm representing the operator for Gant, Second Vine Wine. First, I want to point out in this.
Can you get closer to the mic?
We want to be able to hear you.
This hearing, there's no notice, right? There's a requirement that a sign be posted. It wasn't. There's a requirement that the application not be denied if there's a semblance that a sign was posted. There's no semblance of a sign being posted. It was not posted at all. So the reverse should be true, that the application be denied based on the language in the code. Secondly, my client didn't get written notice or mailed notice until a couple of days ago. He called he realized he heard of this hearing from another neighborhood association, right? So he called the owner who lives upstairs. Hey, did you get any of my mail? Oh, yes, I got it. The operator, the owner, got the notice of this hearing in November and sat on it until 2 days ago, right? So the operator obstructed the notice process of this commission, right? Thirdly, this matter is pending in court, right? They filed an eviction like in March or April, something like that. They took no steps to approve it. They alleged that he's operating beyond his hours, his square footage, blah, blah, blah. Took no steps to pursue it. So finally, I filed an exception and no cause of action to get it thrown out of court, which will be heard Friday, right? So this action, if I'm not successful, maybe this action is before y'all is mooted. If I'm successful, all their claims of violations and none of it presented in court. No discovery on us. They're supposed to have videos. They're supposed to have witness testimony. And as staff pointed out, no citations by anybody. And if you want to really, let me respond to some of his points. Well, let me make sure I finish my point.
Sorry, that's your time.
Okay.
Has anyone ceded your time to you?
Can you say your name?
Troy again. Okay. Also, the council motion states at the request of the owner, but then it's followed by the word because and the allegation because of violation of proviso 1D, which is the square footage requirement that he's allowed to operate in. So this is not at the request. If you read verbatim the council motion, it just states, in the beginning, language that say why I'm doing this, but the but what follows because is not because the owner is requesting it. The because language is because he's exceeding his square footage, but staff has, for whatever reason, converted this into a request that because the owner is requesting it, but that's not what the motion says. So I would say that this analysis by staff is inaccurate or in error. So I would say, given the irregularities, no notice because the owner obstructed the process, no sign because he didn't even attempt to put it up, and your rules say an application can't be denied if there's a semblance of putting up a sign. So the reverse is true. If there's no semblance of putting up a sign, an application can be denied. And given the issue is in court with which they hiding from the City Planning Commission that this is in front of court of law, and they're seeking to have the City Planning Commission interject itself in a court proceeding that's very active, this request should be denied. And to respond to his, Mr. Spears' allegations, there's no documented violations. None has been presented in court to you. He could have given you all this evidence before this hearing lots of time while he hid the hearing from us. And as far as operating beyond his hours, he's texted my client after 10 o'clock when my client's supposed to be closed, say, hey, you're making too much noise. My client texts back and say, we're closed. I'm not there. It must be the restaurant next door, right? So the noise he's complaining about, and I'm not going to go into how they've been stomping on the ceiling to disrupt my client's business, right? That's for another day. But anyway, so in summary, what he's asking for is the motion does not seek to rescind this because the owner requested it. The motion clearly says because he's exceeding his square footage. And I ask that this be that, and because of the clear violation and obstruction of the notice requirements, we ask that this application be denied or an alternative deferred substantially.
Thank you. That's your time. We have Peter Bilada. Bob Mora. Is there anybody else here to speak in opposition?
A couple of them are labeled incorrectly. So are you here to speak on this case? Okay.
Okay, you can come up and speak in support.
I would ask, since rebuttal is not allowed, that his comments be limited to the things that, that Mr. Spears said, but not limited to new issues that I brought up.
My name is Robert Waters.
Oh,
I
Robert.
live at 4212 Magazine Street. Property is owned by Charter Properties. My wife and I live on the second floor, as you'll see in the picture. We applied for the conditional use a few years ago. It was granted last April by the City Council. I had been approached by Troy Gant suggesting that a wine shop would be a good use in the property. And I'd visited a couple of wine shops and saw how they were operated. I'd known Troy for a number of years. Almost immediately that it opened, I realized that this was going to be a problem. He was operating it as a bar. The 15% area that is very clearly delineated in the ordinance and was included in the maps of the property for use was being ignored from the very first day. And the noise was incredible. Meetings followed, letters followed, documented photographic evidence was developed. We have been communicating for over a year as these continued violations. Every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at a certain point in time, we have to go out to a late dinner because we can't stand the noise. It's all very well to say move someplace else, but the fact is we sold our home during COVID, and this is our home now. We cannot get the tenant to operate properly. We've given up on it. Yes, we're trying to evict, and this is the next step. We never want to have a wine shop in this location again. And as owners, I believe that we're entitled to stop that use. The ordinance itself, the conditional use ordinance, says that the property owner is responsible for a misdemeanor, a criminal offense, in the event there are violations that occur. We own other businesses in the city. I do not want to subject myself to risks by virtue of this poor operator. And that's why we ask you to forward this motion to city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more cards?
I have a question. So you're the owner of the building?
We own the building. A
You live-
corporation
so you
owns the
still-
building. We own the corporation.
Okay, so that you're the landlord that lives upstairs that
that's
Mr.
correct.
Spears was speaking about. Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, one more question for the owner. I hope, I'm
Remember, no rebuttal. No, but I want to rebut. No rebuttal.
so in the year that the violations have been occurring.
Yes.
I understand, given the fact that you would be liable, was that making you hesitant to report the violations?
We operate 3 bars and a restaurant
Yeah.
in the city of New Orleans. Therefore, any violations of liquor
Right,
behavior inside this business downstairs
okay,
could potentially reflect on our operations.
okay,
So the risk is simply too great to countenance.
so, okay. So, thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
I just want to clear, I just
Hello?
want to make some points because he wasn't
Mr.
allowed
Water?
rebuttal. So I just want to reply to some new issues.
You'll have a chance for rebuttal.
Okay.
Wait, no.
My mic.
Oh. Okay. So hold on one second.
Hello, sir.
Right.
I had a question for the owner. Is there a reason that just mere eviction is not possible in this?
I'm sure I can't hear you.
Is eviction not an option for your tenants? I mean,
Oh,
you're-
eviction is possible and process is ongoing. However, in the event that and it may well be that ceasing the conditional use doesn't make the problem go away. However, I believe that in terms of the exposure to me from violation of the conditional use, this is an essential step. We need to extinguish our liability to the city of New Orleans for any violations that are ongoing, because the ordinance makes it very clear that we are responsible for violations of the provisos which are ongoing on a daily operating basis.
But you are going to evict this tenant and you will be free of this nuisance very soon.
Nuisance and the property hopefully will be sterilized from having a wine shop in it again.
I'm just trying to understand, when you go through the whole process of a conditional use, whether it's you as the owner or anyone else as the owner, to actually take back that conditional use for the future use of that property. I was just,
Well, the future use of the property will be as laid down in the CZO.
thank you.
Just for clarity, the two things are not mutually exclusive. I'm the lawyer on the eviction, but I'm also here for rescinding the conditions. Those things are not mutually exclusive. And we want both. We want the eviction and we want to rescind the conditional use permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, because this is a council made motion, where the last request is for any other comment cards and support.
Right, but he was not supposed to get rebuttal, the owner. So I want to respond to his new allegations he's made because he was not supposed to get rebuttal.
There wasn't a rebuttal because the applicant.
It was a rebuttal when he came after me and replied and offered new information. That's not, so I want to respond to that. I believe that would be appropriate because
Director?
he came and spoke.
Do you have any?
Sir, it was not a rebuttal. He was providing a comment.
When he provided comment responsive to what I said, that's a rebuttal.
So,
And so I want to reply.
so he is the applicant.
Yeah, he's
and
supposed.
He has
to
an
be first.
opportunity and his card was misplaced, my understanding, or?
Yep.
And so what we do typically
Yeah.
in these situations is we ask for proponents, we ask for opponents, and then we ask for, is anyone else
Right.
here who has not had an opportunity to speak? He stood up and had an opportunity to speak. So
because this is a council motion,
Right.
this isn't a court of law where there's,
That's why I asked you before he spoke, if you could limit his comments to items that are not responsive to what I said, because to the extent he made comments responsive to what I said, he was making a rebuttal. So I wanna speak to that.
so let me just say this, as, you know, City Planning Commission is not able to limit anyone's comments substantively. So
So then I should be able to go ahead
no,
and
there, you've had an opportunity to speak. He's had an opportunity to speak.
he had an opportunity to
Everyone-
rebut.
Everyone who
didn't.
has had an opportunity to speak has spoken. And so it's up to the commission to decide whether they want to take any more testimony or to close the public record and make a decision.
Sir, do you have something else to add?
Yes. First of all, the alcohol beverage permit is in my client's name. Any violations of that permit are on my client. It's not on him. Second, this body has never held an owner responsible for violations of an operator and prejudiced them at other locations when it comes to zoning. Also, when he talks about serving alcohol outside exceeding the floor space, it was during COVID, right? We all know that the city encouraged consumption and use of outdoor sidewalks. It encouraged you to use as much of your space as possible because of the 6-foot limitation on how close one person can be to another, right? So we had conflicting, right, requirements of health regulations that say distance and ventilate and be outside with the zoning code, and all that was waived, right? So don't be
question for you.
fooled. This, when the main time period he's talking, and lastly on the eviction,
So no, so I think Commissioner Witcher asked you a question and it wasn't like just an open period of talking. So I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Have you ever received any correspondence from the landlord or the representative of the landlord in violation of anything regarding the lease? on
yes,
the property?
we received a notice of default, which is what you have to do before you file suit. They sent us a notice of default. We corrected
Did you remedy any of those?
yes, we did. And that's before the court.
And
Now, in his lawsuit,
did that satisfy the landlord?
I don't know, well, he didn't pursue his lawsuit after that. It's been 6, 7, 8 months. So long that I've been forced to come and say, let me get rid of this thing, because he's obviously not pursuing it.
Are
So-
you going to court on Friday about this?
Yes, we're going on Friday, and I have
issue?
motions to dismiss his loss, his
So
eviction.
so it's on your interpretation that it's going to get dismissed on Friday?
That's my appreciation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have filed this request before you. That's my assessment of it. Why
All right,
Why request
thank you.
to withdraw the conditional use if you're going to evict my guy on Friday, right? If you're going to be successful in the eviction lawsuit?
I have a question for staff. Do you know if the notifications were followed for this
So I
notice requirement?
do not know if the posted notice was posted. I do know that the mailed notice was sent out. I know that the CZO requires only the property owner to receive mailed notice, not the tenant. So the tenant would not receive
That's
mailed
incorrect.
notice. I'm just answering the question in the normal course of action.
The public portion is closed, sir. Thank you.
What he said is incorrect.
It's the
down,
public
thank you.
portion is closed. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't know, but it's only supposed to go to the owner of the property, not the tenant from,
That's my understanding of the regulations.
Okay.
We don't have tenant info on file as a normal course of action. The notice goes to a list that is generated from the assessor's website, essentially, of property owners.
Can I read the CZO which says that the owner gets notice?
Sir, the public portion is closed. Thank you.
Do we have a motion on the floor or any further discussion?
Chair, I just want to make note on the record that I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Do we have?
Councilmember or Commissioner, when you recuse, you have to leave the room.
Any motion?
So I think as a commissioner, I think this sets a high bar. And basically in my questioning to the council representing the tenant for this, my question was specifically, I guess, if the landlord notified him of any violations as it relates to the actual lease, which it seems there was. We've heard from Stephen that the tenant themselves doesn't have to be notified about the hearing and however they're here and present. So at this point, for zoning docket 09722, I'll move forward with staff recommendation.
Is there a second? For discussion?
Second. I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? If not, we'll call a vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes, Commissioner Witchery,
No.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Soshi Gupta.
Yes.
Where does that leave us? Does that, so 5 votes, recommendation moves forward? Okay. Motion passes.
What's that?
The next zoning docket is zoning docket 9822.
Zoning docket 9822 is a request by council motion to create the Lower Algiers Rural Protection Interim Zoning District, which would prohibit the development of multifamily residences in SRM1, multiple family residential districts, and commercial development in SB2, pedestrian-oriented corridor business districts in the area bounded by the Intercoastal Waterway, the Mississippi River, the Donna Canal, and Delacroix Road. So this IZD is in response to Design Review 2522, which was a review for a new multifamily development of the village at English Turn. So that proposal required review by the Design Advisory Committee because it exceeds 40,000 square feet in floor area. And that site is located at 40 English Turn Parkway. The DAC recommended deferral of that request to allow the applicant time to respond to the numerous amount of public comments and comment from city agencies in regards to density, stormwater management, and wildlife retention. Neighboring residents contacted CPC and Councilmember Green's office on guidance to submit a master plan amendments for this site. The result was the proposed IZD, which would allow at least 1 year to create an impact assessment of any multifamily developments on the surrounding neighborhood. So staff recommends modified, Councilmember King's office, excuse me. So staff recommends modified approval of this request and that the IZD would not prohibit the development of small multifamily affordable units. Staff will also hold off on conducting the studies mentioned in the IZD until appropriate staff and or funding are available and or as directed by City Council.
Thank you. Are there any cards in support or opposition?
And it looks like most everyone has seated their time, but can you seat your time when you're not the applicant?
Madam Vice Chair, they're not really the applicant, the council member is, or the city council is.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lee DuPont. So you
It
have,
looks like you have 6 because there were 3 individuals that ceded your time. I don't think that there's a gentleman.
Opposition has 2 per card.
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
good evening, just really quick,
Oh, so that-
you won't have a chance to rebut because it is a
Okay,
council motion.
thank you. Lee DuPont, 12805 Patterson Road. I'm speaking for Lower Coast Algiers, the 977 signers of the petition of support and 130 citizens who sent email letters of support. We support the IZD in its entirety. This IZD postpones large-scale developments until the general health and safety and welfare of the community can be assured. The required studies of drainage, road, and utility infrastructure, municipal services for fire, police, EMS response, and environmental impact will provide these assurances for our community. Please consider the fact that over 1,000 voting citizens of our community support the IZD. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Ellis? Nope.
Does anyone else want to speak in support? We have several opposition cards, so that would be next, just making sure.
Okay, Renata Collins?
Renata Collins, 1349 Annunciation Street. Today I'm asking that you guys dismiss this case as a result of, the first thing I will ask you, have you ever had an opportunity to pursue happiness? I have, from the north, the south, the east, and the west. I lived in Minnesota where I tried to pursue happiness, but it was cut down by someone who didn't feel the need of my business being a part of their community. I moved to California, again, the pursuit of happiness torn down because someone didn't feel that I was adequate to be a part of their community. I moved to Georgia. Again, the pursuit of happiness, I did not get the due process. And again, here in New Orleans, where I pursue happiness in English term as a result of the village. In 2016, I put on my mirror to live in English terms. In 2020, I looked to purchase a home in English terms, but they were not up to date. So they didn't have the ability, I didn't like them anymore. But I wrote on Facebook, have you ever had to drive a luxury car to a home only because society says you shouldn't drive it to an apartment? So my daughter, she shared with me this opportunity. I immediately asked, how can I apply? And I was told the pursuit of happiness is not an opportunity because the people are opposing the opportunity for the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Nina Young?
Hi, I'm Nina Young. My address is 2832 Bataria Boulevard. I am here because I had written out a statement, but as I listened to everything happening today, the issue becomes for me housing. There's a shortage of housing in this state. There's a shortage of housing in this country. And I see the village as an opportunity to create more housing. Now, I know that there are people fighting against it because they're saying there's certain things that need to be evaluated. That is the responsibility of the city of New Orleans to do those evaluations to make sure that that housing can be developed and provided for the people. And so I'm asking you today to evaluate, look at what you need to look at, do what you need to do so that there can be affordable housing for the people of Louisiana. Now, I've heard about the Airbnbs today. I've heard about people having to rent out rooms in their homes to make it. But I'm saying to you, there are people who are looking for affordable housing. The village can be that for people, not just for people in New Orleans though, but for people who desire to come to New Orleans, who desire to be a part of New Orleans. If you want New Orleans to be better, you want it to be great, you have to do some things to make it that way. One of those ways is allowing affordable housing to be a part of your plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah LeBlanc.
Hi, my name is Leah LeBlanc. I live on Oak Street. On behalf of the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, I would like to express my opposition to the zoning docket. Although this proposal seeks to stop the development of a particular luxury apartment complex, we believe it would be detrimental to ban any type of multifamily housing development in this area for a whole year. Temporary IZDs have a trend of eventually turning permanent through the establishment of overlay districts. And we believe that this opportunity is being used as a strategy to ban all multifamily development in Algiers, which would further promote segregation in a city that desperately needs a diversity of housing stock across all districts.
Thank you. Sharonda Williams.
Good evening, Commissioner. Sharonda Williams, 1615 Poydras Street. I represent Stanton Square LLC, which is the developer of this property. I just wanted to raise some of the legal issues. You're going to hear more about the actual merits of the development of this property. But first, I would want to say that and remind people, I don't know if you already know this, but there is a second arm of what's happening here. There's a movement by the neighborhood to change the zoning in this property area. And it's already zoned by right for multifamily housing. This IZZ is just another step to basically do what is called spot zoning. And you all are very well aware of that policy. It's your own policy. It basically says, and it's all on your website and all your materials, that any effort to take a parcel out, give it a new classification and give it preferential treatment, or to give it treatment that's different than other properties in the neighborhood is not something that this commission should look on favorably. And that is exactly what is happening here. These efforts are basically an attempt to change the zoning with regard to a single property. You heard her read it, Ms. McMillan, I think is your last name, right? You heard her read it in terms of the purpose. It's aimed at a single property, which is the development that my client is seeking to do here. So it's aimed at a particular property. They're trying to change it to prevent any kind of affordable housing or multifamily developments in the area. Secondly, the Louisiana Supreme Court has acknowledged in the Palermo land case, which I'd be happy to share with the commission after the fact, that this type of spot zoning is highly suspect, and generally property owners can rely upon previous zoning, and exercising changes in zoning will only be made to affect vested property interests when it's required to assure public welfare. It's not required here. There's no indication or any evidence or proof that public welfare is at risk. I know there is a list of things that are being set out that need to be studied here, but if you look at publicly available documents, and you'll hear from an engineer in a moment, there's nothing out there that has a public welfare issue, and these issues have already been studied. So thank you.
Thank you. Last name Zhang, first name Zin Hong.
My name is Xinhong Zhang. I'm the owner manager of Stanton Square LLC. I'm also a practicing neurologist in Jackson, Mississippi. People at work call me Dr. Z. New Orleans was my first stop in the United States 30 years ago. I got married here at Algiers Point, and I had two of my children at Oshner. This place holds the sweetest memory of my American dream. I purchased this parcel not only to develop it as a real estate investment, but also to make it a home for myself and my husband when we retire in the future. I will proudly host my parents, my children, my grandchildren, and my friend here. When I purchased this property to develop it into a multifamily housing, I did so relying on the fact that it has been zoned for this exact purpose, suburban multifamily, for 40 years. The by right parcel has also been approved by United States Army Corps of Engineers. I have the current permit right here. This by right parcel is also, my intention is to build a beautiful low density apartment complex surrounded by fresh air, green space, and native trees and fauna. This would feature 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments for hardworking middle-class New Orleanians to make their home. And you can see the drawing that right here. It's not, I can make it different. This is architect's design. I love this country, in part because unlike China, my country of origin, this country was founded on principles designed to protect the property's right of its citizen and to ensure the due process is followed when such rights are restricted. I fear that if passed, this IZD will virtually strip me of my constitutionally protected right. Passing this IZD will gravely jeopardize this project.
Dr. Z, that's the time.
I have to finish. Those people and my supporters can give me her minute.
What is your name?
What's your name?
Please continue.
I fear that if passed, this IZD will virtually strip me of my constitutionally protected rights. Passing this IZD will gravely jeopardize this project. As a year passes, delay will mean investors will lose their confidence, agreement with architects and contractors will expire, and funding will ultimately disappear. I'm here in good faith to bring business and prosperity to the area, to supply much needed high quality rental housing to New Orleans, so that my husband and I can realize our American dream in this city we love so dearly. For many reasons, I implore this commission to vote no to the IZD. Also, here is the traffic study. Highway 406 is the least traveled state highway in Orleans Parish.
Next up is Bob Mora.
Hello, Bob Mora, 500 Crystal Street. And I'm doing work for
Do you mind just lifting your mic up a little bit?
my company is working for Miss Singh, Batcher LLC. We're an engineering and landscape architecture firm. Here against this zoning, and really just here to answer any technical questions y'all may have as it relates to engineering and drainage. I would point out that a single family development has no drainage requirements at all, no landscape requirements at all if we were to develop the property as single family homes. So I did just want to bring that to your attention. And other than that, if you have any questions from a design standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are those your plans? That are over those? Can I suspend the rules or make a motion just so that I could see what is up there?
Okay, motion from Commissioner Witchery. Is there a second? Second, Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you. Can you share what is coming this way?
Can we get a quick show of hands for the record? All in favor? All right, thank you. You had a question? Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to, these are the plans or what? It was visual eye candy, but I couldn't see what it was. So can you just let us know what we're looking at?
I think those are some renderings prepared by the architect. We didn't, my firm did not
You're the
develop those
engineer, right?
plans, but they line up well with it. We've been looking at the site from just a stormwater management standpoint and the city's regulations. You know, the design's obviously not complete. We're just wanting to make sure we get through the DAC and all in this process. But I would say currently, whoever would develop this property as a multifamily would have to meet that requirement to mitigate the drainage impact. But currently, we're kind of exceeding the requirement by about 25%. And so I think it's a very good development. And obviously from the previous items, you know, housing is something that's definitely needed in our city.
Thank you. I think it's a good distinction to say about the single family home doesn't have the stormwater management, but that the commercial multifamily properties do.
Yep.
I would like to ask a question to the landscape architect. Sorry, you left very quickly. You said you were mitigating efforts for storm runoff in the property. Like, what are the different measures that you're taking?
We're looking at detaining water in some ponds. I think you can see some of the water features and then pervious pavement, storing water underground, working with that existing canal to sort of make the footprint a little bigger to store excess water in that way as well. Typically, we like to try to add water features that kind of serve as recreational benefit as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Reagan Wiltie.
Good evening, Reagan Wiltie. I'm with the law firm Smith and Fowler. I represent the landowner, Stanton Square. My business address is 201 St. Charles Avenue, Suite 3702. Under Article 19 of the CZO, IZDs are supposed to be only used as an emergency zoning regulation to protect the health, safety and welfare of the public. But the driving force behind this IZD is not an effort to protect the public, nor is it motivated by any genuine concerns regarding the merits of the village's design or its impact on traffic or flooding or the environment. Instead, this IZD motion is before you is part of a concerted effort by residents of the English Turn neighborhood and their POA to prevent any development, not just of the village property or village project, but of any multifamily housing within the immense 10,000 acre peninsula of Lower Algiers. You've heard now how this development is not expected to cause any major flooding. There are retention ponds in the plans. We'll use permeable pavers. Additionally, the concern about the traffic impact is unconvincing given, like Dr. Z said, Highway 406 is the least traveled in state highway in Orleans Parish, and the 4-lane English Turn Parkway is as wide as Interstate 10. The real reason behind this NIMBY campaign was really best summarized at a DAC meeting back a few months ago, in which English Turn residents complained that, quote, residents of the apartment complex would bring additional crime to the area since they are not homeowners and would encourage economic disinterest or flight from the area, unquote. As another English Turn resident eloquently put it, the village on the village social media page, Orleans Parish is famous for those large scale cookie cutter Section 8 housing projects that degenerate into crime ridden slums. it's clear what the real animus is behind this IZD. It's not concerns about the environment. It's not concerns about any legitimate public issue. It is about landowners wanting to remain in their island of undeveloped forest.
Ms. Wiltie,
And-
that's your time.
Can I just add one more thing? And we know this because there is a master plan in place. They're going after the master plan to change it so that all of it is either zoned rural or single family. And this is really just deployed to buy them time so they can get that passed. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the public comment portion. There's no rebuttal. Because you're not the applicant, because it's a council initiated measure, there's no rebuttal. Is there any discussion or a motion?
I have a question for the applicant regarding the development.
There's no applicant.
Oh, sorry, the land development. Who would be,
Sir, you've had your opportunity to speak. They've had their opportunity to speak. Public record is closed. So it's now up to the commission to drive the
Well,
conversation.
I just wanted to know if the commission would be open to suspending the rules, just so that we might look at some additional. It wasn't requested by the other side either, so if not, that's fine. I just want to open it up to.
I'll second that.
Show of hands, all in favor? Okay, we can bring it up.
Point of clarification, is this just to receive documents or
Yes.
is this for additional testimony?
Just the documents.
That was not part, oh, okay.
While we're waiting on those documents, I have a question for staff. So does this Lower Algiers Rural Protection District include, I think, Tulane or the as a part of this land towards the river? Tulane or
Yes, so I think you're thinking of is it the Tulane owned property in Lower Coast? Yeah, I believe that's included.
Yeah,
Or is it?
on page 4 is the. Yeah, on page 4 is the boundaries of the IZD, which I think the furthest extent is Delacroix Road, or an extension thereof. So I don't know the exact location of the Tulane property, though.
I think it's farther down.
Stephen thinks it might be outside of it.
Is there any other discussion or questions?
yes, I have a question for the staff, or anyone else who really knows the answer about this development. Have you received any plans other than the ones we saw today about the nature of the development? Specifically, I want to know if, yes, it's a multifamily development, but there's no indication of exactly what kind of multifamily. Is there mixed use? Is there any kind of a retail portion? Is there anything like that? Because, you know, when I look at multifamily developments such as these, you know, you're also looking at the viability of something in a place as remote as English Turn. Like, if this is something that actually adds to the character of the place and adds to the vitality of the neighborhood as it's so remote.
Yes, that's a great question. And it was also brought up at DAC by city agencies about that continuity of offering different amenities for the site. And the applicant stated that that's outside of the review of their current application, but they will submit additional plans for a commercial, to develop the commercial property at a later time, but that was not submitted as part of the current proposal.
Question. So this according to our current CZO, this is a by right proposal.
Correct.
Okay, and so it had to go before Design Advisory Committee because it was over 40,000 square feet.
Yes.
Okay, and then they received all of these tons of comments, negative comments, not wanting this in there, and they said it was because permeability and wildlife concerns, right?
Yes.
So, this seems odd to me that we're even sitting here. This is by right, and I don't understand. I would like, maybe you could help me understand, and I'd also like to know from legal counsel too, if the comment that the applicant's attorney made, that IZDs should only be used for emergency measures. So there's two questions. I'd like one from staff about to explain why why we're voting on this.
So I can weigh in on that.
Yeah.
So you're correct. There were plans that were submitted to the City Planning Commission because under the current zoning, it is a by right use. But because of its size, it triggered a design advisory, a design review that went before the Design Advisory Commission. So they had a hearing before the DAC back in August, I believe it was. And the DAC made some recommendations and the applicant went to incorporate some of the revisions. At that hearing, a number of people showed up and appealed to the council member for District C to deal with the development that they were not in support of. The council member introduced the IZD. What the IZD accomplishes is it does put brakes on this development. We sought advice from the law department, from the Department of Safety and Permits as to whether or not any rights had vested for this development. The response we got from Department of Safety and Permits was that under their interpretation of the applicable regulations, that a design review does not vest the property with a zoning entitlement. And so what would is if it was an application for a rezoning or for a building permit, something that that hasn't been applied for at the time that the IZD was introduced. So the council member has determined that he would like to put a pause on any consideration, not just on this site, but other sites for multifamily, which in our staff report, it's a designation that predated the master plan. And as part of that process, the decision was made at the time to keep the zoning in place, even though the designation for the lower coast of Algiers was everything else is intended to be rural, but those were kept in place at the time as suburban designations. And so what the council member and the way we've looked at it is there are several properties that are affected that are currently zoned either suburban commercial or suburban multifamily. And the council member has asked for this IZD to pause and to look at creating recommendations for how this type of development can continue in a way that is more consistent or that is consistent with the rural surroundings. That's the scope of the IZD. There is a separate process that has been initiated. That is the master plan process. And the council members also introduced a master plan or a proposed change to the FLUM designation for these parcels from their suburban multifamily and commercial designations to rural designations. And those will be before the planning commission and the city council at a future date. So this is really just a pause. It's not downzoning it at this point. That is certainly an outcome that could happen down the road. But at this point, it's a pause.
And may I add to that, Mr. Rivers, that there has also been an appeal filed by the applicants of this particular project that you've been hearing about for just that site. The IZD obviously covers a much larger area, but this particular site, if successfully appealed, would be able to proceed with their development, even if the IZD is approved.
Who they apply to an appeal to?
The appeal was submitted to us.
Okay.
We write a report that goes directly to the city council.
This body, got it.
Do we have any other questions, discussions, or a motion?
So is the concern of the council members of council that this is inappropriately zoned and they want to examine if it's actually a rural area that was inappropriately zoned for, I mean, maybe you can't answer that. But if you
I
can.
think the council members sentiments are spelled out in the motion. I think the way we've reviewed it is that there are several parcels that are outliers in this otherwise rural area that are suburban in terms of the entitlement as opposed to rural, which is the general designation for the rest of the lower coast of Algiers. Certainly English Turn is a suburban development, but the zoning category is it's a rural designation. It's a rural single family. So what we did is we looked to the master plan and we looked to, what are the characteristics of rural categories is, the rural designation and the consistency tables about what types of zoning is permitted there. And, the intent of the IZD process is to evaluate things that could be incongruent with the surrounding neighborhood and do it in a way that requires a relatively quick turnaround to evaluate that question and make an ultimate decision whether or not permanent regulations need to be changed or modified, or whether nothing needs to happen.
Any further discussion or motion?
Make a motion to deny the city council motion zoning docket 098.
I'll second that.
If no further discussion, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes, Commissioner Witchery,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta. Motion passed. All right. Next zoning docket item is item 09822.
Zoning docket 9922 is a request for a zoning change from an HU-RM2 historic urban multifamily residential district to an HU-MU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district for a portion of Square 14 located on the corner of Basin and Bienville Streets. Currently, this portion of the square is developed with 3 structures, all of which have a commercial or mixed use, or all commercial or mixed use in their construction. The municipal addresses for the structures are 235 and 237 Basin Street and 1208 through 1216 Bienville Street. The structures on the site date to the late 19th to mid 20th centuries. Two of the structures, 237 Basin and 1216 Bienville, currently function as neighborhood grocery stores and restaurants. The structure at 235 Basin Street is currently vacant, having had its non-conforming use as a scooter rental lapse due to prolonged inactivity. The neighborhood has a long history of commercial use, having originally been part of the Storyville district until most of these structures were removed for the construction of the Albertville projects in the early 1940s. 237 Basin at one time functioned as Lulu White Saloon, and 1216 Bienville functioned as Frank Early Saloon, each pivotal in the development of the city's music history. The subject properties represent the only original remaining structures of the Storyville district. The subject site had a mixed-use zoning as recently as 2015, when it was zoned CBD 6, Urban Core Neighborhood Intensity Mixed-Use District. When the current zoning map was adopted in 2015, it rendered the entire block HURM2, making the commercial uses along Bienville non-conforming. This zoning change will bring any non-conforming uses into conformity, as well as expand future commercial uses going forward. Maintaining the existing zoning could be viewed as potentially detrimental to the longevity of the structures, two of which are designated as city historic landmarks by the HDLC. Structures like these that are incongruous with their zoning are increasingly vulnerable to vacancy and blight. Because this request would simply align the site zoning with its current use and the storied mixed use and commercial nature of the site, staff recommends approval of the zoning docket.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
It was a council motion, but I guess the original tenant who made the request is out of town today.
Thank you. I have a card for Zach Smith. Yes. Support? Okay. Do you have any cards in opposition? All right. Okay, public comment portion is closed. Commission, are there any questions or discussion before we call a vote? I mean, make a motion. Long day.
I'll make a motion to approve zoning docket 099-22.
Too easy. Okay.
I'll second.
Oh, wait. We have. All right. Okay, cool. So we'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart. Yes. Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Zilshi Gupta.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next zoning docket item is 10022.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. City Planning Commission staff is going to recommend deferral on this to the January 10th meeting. It's a city council motion M22-449 to amend the text of the CZO to amend Article 19 to establish the university area off-street parking interim zoning district, intent of which is to require off-street vehicular parking for any increase in the number of existing bedrooms in the area bounded in as described in the motion.
Thank you.
We do have two cards.
First card in support is Johnson.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. I just want to bring up 2 points that I hope the staff will take into consideration. And number one, the surprising mention of the term co-living housing in your materials. Is that term defined in the CZO, co-living housing? Is it a permitted or conditional use in residential zoned areas?
So I believe the term co-housing is not a defined term in the CZO, but it is a well-known term of art in the housing industry
In California?
nationwide.
Sorry. Okay, so some of us have that are affected by doubles to dorms have a really big problem with this co-housing, the appearance of this co-housing notion. We feel that the CPC needs to differentiate between affordable co-living housing for working adults and families and expensive for-profit furnished dormitories for minor students. What we find, what the IZD is attempting to control, the new IZD, is the latter. The expensive for-profit furnished dormitories for underage students. Nothing about co-housing. And that's our argument. If you want to keep it in there, I expect that you're going to have a lot of people coming down to City Hall to object. So maybe you should keep it in there.
That's your time.
It's my time.
Yep. Thank you.
Did I get 1 minute or 2?
Got 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'll add that this will be deferred to a later meeting where you'll have an opportunity to speak there as well.
No. That's the next docket item.
Okay.
I was responding to.
Okay.
Ms.
that
LeBlanc, are you here to speak
last
on this docket
speaker.
item?
So I'm not
Yes.
Yes,
suggesting that no one can speak.
yes.
I'm sorry.
You're in opposition, correct? Yes, please come on down.
Did I hear it's being deferred?
Yes, but you have an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
You have 2
My
minutes.
name is Leah LeBlanc. I live on Oak Street. On behalf of the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, I would like to express my opposition to the zoning docket. In my 2 years working within affordable housing advocacy, I've seen both an IZD and an overlay district passed in Uptown in an attempt to curb D2D conversions. And time again, I continue to hear at public meetings and read online the same sentiments. These parking regulations are not working. They are not stopping conversions, yet the city is trying to establish another IZD. If the previous IZD and the current overlay district are not stopping D2D conversions, why are we continuing to propose the same strategy to stop them? It is nationally recognized that parking restrictions actively deter affordable housing development, but our city refuses to accept this. I rather our city leaders and my council member in particular outright say that they don't want renters in District A instead of pandering to wealthy white homeowners who claim they support affordable housing as long as it's not in their own neighborhood. This repeated policy stops affordable housing developments and does not stop doubles to dorms. I'm not a zoning expert, but I do know that the same broken policy will give you the same broken results. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no other cards in support or in opposition. The public comment portion is now closed. Commission, is there any discussion or a motion?
Move for deferral of zoning docket 122 to the January 10th CPC meeting.
Second by Commissioner Stewart.
We'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund?
Yep.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Woodry?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Zilshi Gupta?
Yes.
Docket item is deferred. Next is design review 05322.
This is a application by Loyola University to amend the university's campus master plan to allow for construction of a new dorm at the corner of Ferret and Calhoun. This application isn't seeking a zoning right that the property doesn't already have. The zoning allows for the dorm that is to be constructed. However, a university can proceed to construction on something without incorporating the new development into the institutional master plan. So that's what Loyola is seeking to do here. Again, because it's consistent with the master plan and the zoning, it's something that should be approved, and the staff report recommends approval. I will note that there's a second aspect to the master plan submittal that is not eligible for the sort of approval, the commission level approval that is being sought here. So that's a minor thing related to parking on the Broadway campus. But the approval here would be limited solely to the new dorm construction on the main campus.
Thank you. We have two cards, Sharonda Williams.
I don't really have any comments. Sharonda Williams, General Counsel and Director of Government Affairs for Loyola. We do have our architectural team here, and I think that's the other card. I'm just here in support or to answer any questions that you might have that are related to university operations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler Gidry.
Hey, everybody, Tyler Gitros, SQ Dumas Ripple architect, worked on the IMP here to answer any questions, but I cede my time to Jack Sawyer.
You can raise the microphone.
Yeah, you can.
Tyler and I are colleagues
Little fading.
at SQ Dumas Ripple Architects, 365 Canal Street. We're just here to speak in support and answer any technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any cards in opposition? Okay. Any discussion
I move.
or motion? Oh, might have to scream at it.
I do.
No,
Can you hear
yeah,
me
we
now?
can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? I've studied their design review, and I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, we'll call a vote.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes, Commissioner Witchery.
As a proud alum of Loyola and had lived in some of these dorms, I'm happy to see some progress here on campus. Yes, that is a yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Oh, I echo the enthusiasm. Yes, it's always great to see one of our great and thriving and productive universities expand and have housing for the students.
All right, if you want to.
and Commissioner Zelshi Gupta.
Yes.
Motion passes. Oh, next up is subdivision docket item 132.
Right. This is an application for a re-subdivision of lot 19 into lots 19A and 19B through the use of policy E. And the purpose of policy E is to provide a mechanism to easily create new lots of record to separate principal buildings that predate 1929 and which have historically stood on a single lot. When creating a new lot for each structure, the new lot lines must be drawn around existing building footprints, and as a result, it is sometimes unavoidable that the new lots will be substandard in lot size or have setback deficiencies. The policy facilitates addressing the issue by allowing waivers of underlying lot size and setback requirements to be granted administratively by the executive director when all of the policy E approval criteria are met, or by the city planning commission when not all of the product approval criteria are met. In this case, the sole approval criteria that is not met is the requirement that both new lots be at least 1,800 square feet in area. Proposed lot 19B, which is to accommodate 1674 North Robinson Street, is below 1,800 square feet, which results from limited overall site area, which is below 3,600 square feet in total, and thus does not allow two 1,800-foot lots to be created. This unavoidable condition of one of the new lots being substandard in size has no true practical impact. The lot size, though relatively small, is still sufficient to accommodate the existing building. It also is necessary to accomplish the underlying purpose of policy E, which is to separate existing historic buildings onto their own lot. Based on this analysis, the staff concludes that the overall purpose of policy E is met and that the subdivision should be approved.
Thank you. Do we have any comment cards? Okay.
That's it. Is there any discussion or a motion?
Move for approval of subdivision docket 132/22, subject to one proviso and one waiver as recommended in the staff report.
I second the motion.
There's no further discussion. I'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes, Commissioner Witchery.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Zelshi Gupta. Motion passes. Next up is subdivision docket 14122.
This is a subdivision application that would reconfiguring, reconfigure a few somewhat unusually shaped lots on Frenchman Street between Roman and Prur. As you'll see on the survey, there are some landlocked partial lots in the rear of that, and create a new large L-shaped lot to consume, I guess is the word, for those rear landlocked lots. In general, these L-shaped conditions are not something that the planning commission staff supports, given our reading of the subdivision regulations. But in this case, it actually corrects an even more undesirable condition of having these three landlocked lots in the rear of the site. And for that reason, we can support it and we recommend approval with one proviso.
Thank you. There is one card in support. Leah LeBlanc. Oh, this is for, yep. Okay, do you have any other cards? Nope.
This is agenda item 15. Oh, okay. We must have a different agenda. No, we're straight.
Okay, with no other comment cards, any discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
Second, Commissioner Lund.
There's no further discussion. We'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund.
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Commissioner Zelshi Gupta.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next subdivision docket item is number 14322.
This is a subdivision application affecting a Nora-owned property just off of the intersection of St. Bernard near Claiborne. Nora is seeking to do a multi-story mixed-unit development on this vacant parcel, mixed use, I should say, on this vacant parcel. And the developer could speak to this, but as construction costs have risen over the past few years, they've had to revise their design such that the required parking has to be shifted into a surface parking lot at the rear of the site. And so they're pursuing this subdivision to basically align the lot boundaries with the new site boundaries. And so the survey is a little bit hard to read here, but along the side street, there would be three lots fronting the side street, which is North Robertson, and then this site would sort of extend beyond it. And so this site would get deeper. It's fine as far as the subdivision regulations are concerned. The one sort of wrinkle of it is that the current lot line aligns with the zoning line. So the property along St. Bernard has a mixed use zoning. The property to the rear has a purely residential zoning. And so the rear portion has a residential zoning, and so this would create a split zoned lot. Our normal course of action with split zoned lots is to attach a proviso to the subdivision approval that requires the split zoning to be rectified by a zoning change. And so all of that is to say we're recommending approval here with a proviso that would cause the zoning boundary to become aligned with the new rear lot line. So approval with two provisos.
Thank you. Are there any comment cards? Leah LeBlanc.
Hi, my name is Leah LeBlanc and I live on Oak Street. On behalf of the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, I would like to express my support for this re-subdivision docket and encourage the commission to pass this item as a means to expand affordable housing development opportunities. And also want to thank the commission for your patience today. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
For yours too.
Are there any other cards? If not, is there any board discussion or commission discussion or motion?
I move for approval of subdivision docket 14322, subject to two provisos as recommended by staff.
Is there a second?
Witchery will second.
There's no further discussion. I'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta.
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay. Next subdivision docket item number 14422.
This is a subdivision that affects a property at the intersection of West Harrison and Bel Air in Lakeview. The existing lots technically front Bel Air, even though they're developed with a house that fronts on West Harrison. All this does is turn the lot lines so they match the footprint of the house. It's technically a change in lot frontage, which requires your consideration. But really all it does is aligns the lots with the building and positions the corner property for future development. So the staff recommends approval with one proviso.
Thank you. Are there any cards?
Ms. Bell?
Hello, Nicole Bell, 800 Barone Street. Here on behalf of the applicant, I really just want to say thank you to staff for their time on this, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any more cards? All right. Any discussion or motion?
I move for approval of subdivision docket 14422. Do not think staff recommended any provisos, did you?
One proviso.
With one proviso.
Second by Commissioner Stewart.
If there's no further discussion, then I'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart. Yes. Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Zoshi Gupta.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next up is consideration of the extension of the deadline to commence substantial construction of zoning docket 02816.
So this is a conditional use that was approved in 2016 to allow a parking lot associated with a commercial development on Robert E. Lee in Lakeview. There's a deadline by which plans have to be recorded, and then from there, construction has to occur within 3 years. The developer has not been able to do that based in part on the rising costs of construction as well as COVID-related delays. He is seeking an extension, which you are authorized to grant for up to 1 year to allow him to get to substantial construction. And the staff is in support of the extension for what it's worth.
Thank you. Are there any more cards?
Not on this item.
Okay.
Oh,
This one? Yeah, Ross Carson, architect on representing the client, if there's any questions, but I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion or a motion?
I will move for a 1-year extension on zoning docket 2816
Second.
to commence substantial construction. Hilarious.
maybe we need to spell that.
Yeah. We need to go home.
If there's no further discussion, I'll call the vote now. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witchery.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Zoshi.
Yes.
Motion passes. And next up is consideration of an extension of the deadline for the submittal of final development plans for zoning docket item 08820.
So this is a similar application affecting development in the desired neighborhood. As you know, after an approval, the developer needs to give us plans showing compliance with the conditional use ordinance. In this case, our staff gave the wrong year of the deadline. They said it was a 22 deadline rather than a 21 deadline, so the deadline lapsed without the applicant understanding that that was the correct deadline. And so we are asking that you rectify that by granting an extension for an additional year.
Are there,
I don't have any cards, but I'm assuming by process of elimination, you may be our last speaker.
Yes, I'm just Trent Husser with Chopper Repair Architects, 850 Chapatulas, just here for informational.
thank you. With no other cards, is there any further discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consideration of an extension of the deadline for submittal of final development plans for zoning docket 08820.
I second.
There's no further discussion. I'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Yes. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan, yes. Commissioner Witry?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Zilshin Gupta?
Yes.
Motion passes. And last docket item we have is subdivision ratifications. This ratification includes applications that have not yet been certified by the staff, and where the commission is ratifying the staff determination that the application may be reviewed and approved administratively.
And this is a list of subdivisions we believe are eligible for administrative approval, and you have to ratify that determination.
There are no cards? So can we?
Okay, I move for ratification of subdivision dockets 14522 through subdivision docket 15622 for administrative approval.
I'll second the motion.
If there's no further discussion, I call the vote.
Worded correctly.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Point of clarification,
Sorry.
are all of the subdivisions concurrently numbered?
Let's see, I went quickly. Okay, so I will read them each because they
In
are,
lieu of that, I would just say per the list provided by staff.
okay. Oh, but that's much too simple. Okay, okay. All right, I move for ratification of for administrative approval for all subdivision ratifications per the list provided by staff.
I second the motion.
We'll call the vote. Commissioner Lund?
Just want to make sure that was good. Okay, yes.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Yes. Commissioner Jordan? Yes. Commissioner Witry? Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Zilshin Gupta?
Yes.
Item moves forward. Now we'll call for a motion to adjourn. Happy holidays. Looking for a motion to
Thank
adjourn.
Make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, show of hands.
Hi, happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you.